Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to Ace Investigations. We're about to start the final episode of not only Investigations 2, but the duology as a whole. We got one case left before we have to return to the classic style. Almost unfortunate, but I'm excited to see what's coming up with the Apollo Justice trilogy, as I'm very unfamiliar with it, and just as I'm excited to see the fate of Edgeworth here, because I'm sure that whatever happens in the end of this game is going to be very important to the next trilogy as a whole. So it seems like we're back in this building, probably taking place right where we left off last time, right after the phone call. And I guess the city's getting attacked by Godzilla or something. Not sure how that's gonna work. Pretty sure that goes against everything Edgeworth stands for when it comes to facts and logic. But sure, yeah, we're just gonna do that, I guess. Oh no, it's just straight up Godzilla. I was like joking, but apparently, I guess Demon Cow Kid turns into Demon Cow Monster and ravages the city. Cool. Should have known that kid was suspicious. And yet we just let him off the hook like that. He was just standing there and we just let him go. Edgeworth should have caught him while he could.
So what's next for the great Miles Edgeworth, huh? Wait, you are serious about not being a prosecutor no more, aren't you?
Yes, I am. No longer a prosecutor. It's hard to believe. And yet...
I can't stop thinking about what Mr. DeKiller said.
Me either. Congratulations on another case solved. Yet, I can't truly say it's been fully resolved. Can you? This isn't over. We still don't know who the mysterious figure in the red raincoat at Gourd Lake was. Or who really wrote that letter. We've been dancing to somebody else's tune this whole time. But whose?
Still can't let it go, huh? You're like a dog with a dang bone. Both y'all are. Well, I got me some reporting to do, so I'll catch you on the some other time, I guess. Wow, you have a new story to chase already? You trying to patronize me, girlie? You bet I got new stories. More than you can shake a stick at. Good reporter always has 3 or 4 leads bubbling away in the old scoop pot.
Uh-oh.
Whoa, what now?
Oh, hey, it's her. The girl we saw like one time in 1-3, and then just never again for several games.
Please, you have to help me.
Huh? Do I know her? What's the matter? Has something happened?
There's a body. It almost looks like a monster might have...
A monster?
Well, I'll be. Anybody else smell the sweet, sweet smell of scoop soup?
Thought you had other leads to go follow.
This way, hurry.
Jesus, fuck that run animation. I haven't seen that before.
What's happened now?
What indeed? I suppose there's only one way to find out.
Huh? These look like... Yep, footprints. This right here's photo go.
Footprints? But how big would a creature have to be to leave prints like that?
Mr. Edgeworth, look.
Oh man, that guy got fucking flattened. Shi Long Lang. What's he doing here?
Wait, the guy on the floor, that's...
No. Oh, he finally kicked the bucket. You know, we did all that work to save him, and now here he is, actually dead. Squished by Godzilla. What a fate. Di Junwang, the president of Shangfa. Agent Lang.
Mr. Prosecutor, how did you get here so quick?
What is going on here?
You don't think that's exactly what I'm trying to figure out myself?
Can't blame him for being on edge, I suppose. The leader of his country is dead. Speaking of which... The body is lying inside one of the footprints. What on earth happened to him?
Monster!
Monster?
What the heck else you want me to say, huh? That right there's monster prints, mister. That big old bad old Pterosaurus done stomped right through here. I never been sure of nothing.
What? And I suppose you mean you are sure?
This right here's the scoop to scoop up all the other scoops and bury up 10 feet deep. Man trampled by a giant monster. They'll lead with that in every paper from here to Honolulu.
Ridiculous. There's no such thing as monsters. Wait. The honor is all mine, Mr. Edgeworth. I am D. Jun Wang. Your efforts on behalf of Shangfa have not gone unnoticed. You averted something of a crisis. You're the assassin we've been looking for? In a sense, yes. A certain someone did indeed hire me to carry out a contract. And that contract did indeed specify that I was to assassinate President Wang. I guess he just found his opportunity finally. Did he finally manage to... I didn't know he had it in him. The killer transforming into Godzilla like that. Did you discover the body?
Yes, that is,
What are you doing, Agent Lang? Nangxi says, begin at the beginning, with the first person to arrive at the scene. Ah, the classic. Blame the first person that you see, and then just, like, don't change your tune for the next 8 hours. Well, did you really just discover the body?
Yes. Hey, go easy on her. Can't you see she's scared?
I don't think he's in the mood to go easy on anybody. Nobody's getting it easy today. Do you have any idea who that is lying dead over there? That's President Wang, the leader of Shangfa. Please, Agent Lang. You don't seem to your usual self, in more ways than one, in fact. When we first met, you had more underlings than I could count, and you were known for your unrivaled arrest rates and your cool head under pressure. Now the underlings are gone, and you've forgotten the fundamentals of police work. What happened? What did you just say? Shouldn't you be looking over the scene instead of accusing the first person you run into? Or is it me who's forgotten the fundamentals? I don't need you to tell me how to do my job. I was just about to get started. Good. That seems to have calmed him down a little.
We should take a look around too, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, I think we should. At least until the police arrive. I'm not strictly supposed to conduct investigations anymore.
Don't nobody need to go do no looking around. I done told you all who did this. It's Tarusaurus, or my name ain't Lord of Hot. Wait. Not who did this. What did it? Yeah, that.
Are you quite finished? We have an investigation to be getting on with. Step aside, please.
You can't order me around no more, mister. You step out of my dang ways, more like it. Y'all mess with this here scoop miner, there'll be heck to pay, and then some.
Ooh, she kinda has a point. He can't do shit. He dropped his badge.
Excuse me.
The woman who found the body. Where do I know her from?
You're Mr. Edgeworth, right? Do you remember me?
Oh, yes, of course. We met on, that case.
No way, you two know each other?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we do, from somewhere.
Great to meet you. I'm Kay Faraday, Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Wow, I never knew you had your own adorable little assistant. I'm Penny Nichols. I work over at Global Studios. I'm in charge of props. It's nice to meet you.
I like that she doesn't even get her name on the text box. It's just assistant, which isn't even her role. She just stated her role is being in charge of props. So she's not assistant. She's like a leader of a department. So she doesn't get a name and she gets mislabeled. That's funny. Ah, of course. One of my old cases involved a murder on a set of Steel Samurai TV show. She was a member of the crew and thus a person of interest. Our paths must have crossed several times while it was all going on, and yet, I completely forgotten her. It's good to see you again. So, if you're here, I guess that means...
That's right. We're here on location filming for Global Studios. It's kind of a big feature, to tell you the truth. I was first in today, wanted to make an early start. But then I noticed something was wrong. The footprints and the body.
We'll take a closer look at the body in just a moment. In the meantime, can I ask you to notify the police?
Yes, of course, right away.
I'll need to speak to her at length a little later. But first, let's go over the scene. There's plenty to look at besides the body. I need to examine everything in detail. Are the police going to be upset when they find that he's been dancing around a crime scene without his badge? Like, that doesn't seem like... I get he wants to help, but maybe he should, like, I don't know, go call Eddie or something up first, maybe, you know, get some permissions. This thing in front of the trailer here looks like a monster costume.
What? That's a costume? You're sure the creature that made these huge footprints didn't just shrink or something?
Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. This thing in front of the trailer here, it looks like a monster costume. A costume. I don't think she understands yet. Maybe if he said it louder. Well, we can't click on this ladder? Or is this the ladder? This looks like equipment used by the lighting department.
Oh, wait. I just remembered there was something I wanted to ask you. Could you maybe light me up when I'm doing my next robbery? Help me look super cool?
You want me to shine a light on you while you're committing a crime?
You bet I do. What's so weird about that? What's the point of me doing my great thieving in the dark? Folks in the cheap seats won't be able to see a thing.
Wait, you're imagining you'll be committing this robbery in front of an audience? What kind of shows is she been watching?
What's this big metal stick thing? Is it for climbing trees or something?
No, it's a camera crane. It's used for filming from an elevated viewpoint. There's no camera currently attached, but it would usually be positioned at the top here.
Gotcha. Sounds perfect for casing a place before a burglary. Mind if I go ask somebody about borrowing it?
And how do you propose to transport it if the answer is yes?
Easy. You take the bottom part, I'll take the top.
So I'm helping now?
And if we go in one little step at a time, we'll be back at your place before we know it.
And we're walking back to my house? Wonder if drones exist in this universe. Oh, hey Duck, how's it going? Unfortunately, it's a little late for the present to get down. He kind of was forced down, and I think he's gonna stay down. Sadly.
So, Mr. Prosecutor, we meet again.
Yes, we saw you at the detention center the other day too. You had some business to take care of, I take it, Agent Lang?
You could say that. Nothing that need concern you, though. Yeah, you really have a habit of showing up in the wrong place at the wrong time. You're a bad penny, bad omen, and a bad smell all rolled into one. Just stay out of my way, okay? I've got a president to avenge.
You were already at the scene when we got here. Why? What are you doing in the area?
What am I, a suspect?
You might be.
Look, I heard a scream and came running, okay? Guess it was our friend from the crew.
Ah, yes, the friend that you know, tried to arrest just now because they were the first on the scene.
Came in from that gate over there. Somebody already got rid of the lock for me.
Not completely, I can still see it on the floor there. Perhaps I should take a closer look.
When I got here, I saw a movie girl running out of the gate.
In other words, he arrived right around the same time we did. She had business here at the big building?
Something like that. A date with destiny, let's call it.
He was similarly enigmatic when we saw him at the detention center.
Let me guess, you're a huge Creature Feature fan, so you came to see them filming the Taurosaurus movie?
Creature Features? What do you think I am? Not the type of person who thinks a creature might have done this, I hope. Wait, the president is named Wang.
Yep. And it's his name.
President Wang of Shangla, or Shangfa. Sorry about the president. You have my deepest condolences. Thanks. He was a great man. Shangfa will be lost without him. You and he were close, correct? It all started when he hired my father. That was our big break. Our family kept him safe. That was our most important duty, and our most sacred. He gave my father medal after medal. They had to come up with new ones just for him. In the end, there were no medals left to give, so he made us the keepers of his last will and testament. Those medals, that duty, they're our greatest pride, our family jewels. Gah, never thought we'd be unsealing that will so soon.
Wow, sounds like your family and the president were super close. But wait, when that whole thing happened back at the lake, you weren't with the president then, right?
Look, a lot happened, okay? This was all 12 years ago or more. My father and the president being friends, our family being the ones who kept him safe. He just changed one day. It was like he became a different person. Now he doesn't trust the police one bit. I wonder what happened 12 years ago. But regardless of what happened, I still respected him. Shangfa may not be a big country, but he held that place together. Damn it. What was his security detail thinking? I imagine you've already contacted the embassy. Of course I have. And the government. And my family. They'll be going crazy right now thinking about what needs to happen with that will. And things will be getting crazy here soon too. Those bodyguards will be all over the place. If you're not a fan of trouble, I'd leave before they get here. Look, Mr. Prosecutor. These days, I'm a one-man outfit, a lone wolf. They won't be letting me lead this investigation. But I've still got fangs, and I can still bite back. I'll find whoever did this, and I won't let you or anybody else get in my way. He must have been a dick. Well, he was a very paranoid dick. I don't know if you... Actually, no, I think people... It seems like people liked him. They didn't think he was a bad president. Except for some people who were trying to kill him, but I mean, isn't that every president?
Really is him, huh?
It certainly appears to be. Same man we only met a few days ago.
So this time the president really did get assassinated.
If that is what happened, the assassin certainly chose an attention-grabbing method. Alright, let's see what's going on here.
The body's surrounded by pieces of smashed up concrete.
Yes, they look to have been thrown clear when the ground was broken.
Phew! Set flying by the mighty impact of a giant creature's foot.
Sure, assuming this was the work of a giant creature. Yeah, Edgeworth's not really one to believe in the whole Godzilla killed this man thing. I don't really know why. I mean, it's the only logical conclusion.
Just look at the shape. I know a hoof when I see one. There's only one thing that can possibly be the footprint of an enormous, terrifying beast. And it's not just the one. There are 3.
But you know that's impossible, don't you? You know that monsters aren't real?
Sure, I probably know that somewhere deep down. But it's way more fun to believe that they are.
Our job is to pursue the truth, Kay. Not to believe what feels the most fun in the moment. No obvious wounds, but he's definitely not breathing.
So it really was a monster.
Trampled by a giant creature? Impossible. Well, if he has no wounds, and it's all internal, then he must have been trampled by something.
Huh? There's something stuck to the front of his clothes there.
Yes, because of a yellow substance.
I bet it's Monster Jewel. Yeah, that must be it.
Please, Kay, can you at least try to be sensible? You'll need forensics to tell us what it might be. Alright. It looks to be pretty much everything the body can tell us for now. I better note it all down. Over this giant horn.
Huh? What's this white thing here? Oh, wait, it's a bone. Does that mean 2 murders?
Looks more like a horn than a bone to me. A bone of some giant monster, obviously. Alright, that seems to be it. The crack was obviously there before he was set here, right? I mean, it's a possibility. But, you know, it's likely there was a giant monster just came rampaging through here and stepped on him. He was just an unfortunate victim, wrong place, wrong time. Miss Nichols, where does this exit lead?
That? Oh, onto the grounds of the big building.
Yet another case with direct ties to that same building. Building with the hidden 51st floor used to store the lots for illicit auctions. I guess it wouldn't be much of a surprise if it turned out to be hiding yet more secrets. Yeah, maybe there's like some giant monster lab underneath. Where the monster was created and it escaped. Look at this chain and padlock.
Oh, look at that. Somebody cut the chain. They did? I'm sure it was still intact when I left yesterday.
It's possible that this is where the killer entered from. What's the matter now?
Look at that huge dent. How did that get there?
You're right. That is a big dent. Would have taken a sizable object to make it, and a heavy one too.
That wasn't like that yesterday.
It wasn't. I guess that means the dent must have been made last night at some point. Again, by a giant monster. Come on, Edgeworth. How much evidence is it gonna take for you to believe that Godzilla killed this man? I mean, it's obvious. Telling ya.
I'm sorry, I got a little upset before.
You were working here alone?
That's right. I came before everybody else so I could get everything ready. But as soon as I walked through the gate, I saw footprints.
Monster
It's first thing in the morning. That must have been a real shock. It was. They weren't there when I left yesterday evening, I'm sure of it.
So the footprints must have appeared late last night.
At first glance, I thought maybe they were part of the set. But then I got closer and I saw that somebody was lying in the middle of one of them.
You didn't notice until you were right up close?
Yeah, my eyesight just seems to be getting worse and worse lately. I think I need new glasses. I didn't notice it was a body until I was right by it, which is why I got so shocked and ran away.
That must have been in when we bumped into her. Look left, is there anything over that fence? Wait, do you mean by the monster costume or like south? The fence is where we came in. If you're talking about the red one at the bottom. That's how we came in here. So that dent, was it made by a rock? No, it was made by Godzilla. That's what all the evidence is leading towards. It was obviously Godzilla. Godzilla came by, crushed the president of Shangfa, and then punched the metal wall. So you're shooting a movie? It wouldn't happen to be a Steel Samurai movie, would it?
Nope.
Oh.
This one's a creature feature. You know, the Tyrannosaurus movies, right?
I'm afraid not.
You'll have to forgive him, Mr. Edgeworth. He only cares about the Steel Samurai.
That's not...
Hey, that's alright. Not everyone's a fan. But they soon will be. He's back after 12 years of silence. The big bad bull himself. The Tyrannosaurus. It's the first Tyrannosaurus movie in a long time, so the crew's super excited about it. And parts of it are set here in the big building, so we've been shooting on location.
That explains what we saw yesterday. What's happening here? What's going on with the building? Just stay calm and talk to me, kid.
I'm so sorry. We're shooting a movie. Could you,
That must have been why they were filming.
So does the Tyrannosaurus smash the big building to pieces in the movie? I bet he does, right? Wouldn't you like to know? But you'll just have to wait to find out in the theater. Here, you can have this if you like.
Oh, thank you. An epic rivalry is born. Tyrannosaurus versus Gordy. Gordy? Huh.
That's right. It's not just a Tyrannosaurus on his own this time around. He has an arch nemesis. You know Gordy, right? The monster from Gord Lake? Oh yeah, wasn't everybody talking about that a couple years back?
Yeah, and it turned out to be super fake. I can't believe... I feel like Larry should get some compensation for this one. He's kind of the reason that Gordy exists at all.
Mysterious creature in the lake. It showed up in that one couple's photo.
Not only were people talking about it, it played a major part in one of my cases. Not a name I'm too wild about hearing again.
The director's fascinated by the stories, which is how Gordy wound up in the movie.
A little behind the times, but better late than never, I suppose.
Just wait till you see those two legends staring into each other on the big screen.
Yeah, it's just Godzilla. It's like Cow Godzilla. Except it's heavily implied that, like, there's that kid that was standing in front of the building transforms into this Godzilla. So it's not even... He's not, like, from space or something. It's just a kid who just goes on rampages. I don't know, maybe it's like the Hulk. This reminds me of something I've seen already. I think we need to learn a little more about the security situation here on set. Miss Nichols, is the set kept locked overnight?
Yeah, we use one of these. A combination lock, huh? Somebody who knows the code can get in and out.
And was the lock in place when you arrived this morning?
Yep. Everything was locked up tight when I got here.
Who knows the combination?
Oh, the producer, the director, the crew, the actors. Basically, everybody who's working on the movie.
So any member of the cast or crew could have opened the lock and entered. That's a lot of people to interview. I think I'll pass. Alright, what did you want me to look at? Was it over here? Or down here? Because this is as far as we can go in, like, all directions. More thing, it's even like how the Godzilla movies were being developed. Yeah, because I already investigated this side. I don't think I missed anything. No. Oh, I see. That's the screen you're talking about there, the TV. No, that's it. No, it's time for some... Oh, actually, I guess we could talk to Lotta, but I doubt she has anything to say. Okay, side gate chain cut, dented fence. I wonder if there's a reason for that? Because the gate was forced open? Maybe that dented it? No, okay. Three giant cloven hoof-shaped imprints are found at the scene. Probably got a connection there. No? What do you mean, no? Use on the front gate, only the cast and crew know the combination. But the killer... Oh, this is probably connected. The killer had the cutter lock, which means they're probably not one of the cast or crew. That alone could rule out the entire movie crew. The combination lock on the gate leading to the plaza was intact when Miss Nichols arrived. But the lock on the gate leading out to the side of the big building had been cut. What does this tell us?
Easy. That the killer used the side gate.
Precisely. And it also tells us something else important too. Maybe that a culprit didn't know the number for the combination lock.
You're right. It would have been way easier to come in that way if they did.
It would have been easier. They would have probably also made less of a mess. Because no one would have known that they were coming in and out. No one would have suspected a thing.
But instead, they chose the classic thief's route, lesser-known side entrance. This is no run-of-the-mill criminal, Mr. Edgeworth. We need to keep our wits about us.
Not sure we should be excited by that fact, Kay. Anyway, we know that everybody working on the movie knew the combination, which makes it likely that our culprit wasn't a member of the cast or crew. I thought there was something over the fence. Oh, yeah. No, this one's a pretty small investigation zone, I would say. There's like barely anything here. Is there more logic we can do? Maybe we do need to talk to Lotta. Well, there was the idea that perhaps... No, okay. We're not going down the monster path, I guess. Okay, that's enough of that. Let's talk to Lotta first.
What is it now? Can't y'all see I'm busy? Girl needs some room to work, you know?
Why are you so obsessed with the idea that this was a monster attack? Monsters don't exist.
Surely even you know that. What did you... You don't know what the heck you're talking about. Taurosaurus is real, Dagnit. I know that for a fact. For a fact? And how is that possible exactly? Because I didn't see him. What? You saw Taurosaurus? Where? How? Heck yeah, I see him. A big bad bull himself. Right there in front of me. I was up on 51 over on their big building just yesterday, right? Gathering materials for your story on the underground auction. Yes, we remember. Weren't you just Mr. Memory Man? That's right. I done see him right when I took that photo. Person in the red raincoat. Person in the red raincoat. Miss Ringer, right? Yep. Y'all see that blind right next to little Miss Red Raincoat? Well, guess who was on the other side of it at the very moment? That's right. Taurosaurus.
And you have proof of this?
There's nothing there. Well, I can't rightly capture every dang thing. I was just a little too far away, that's all. But I seen it all right. Boy, did I. Taurosaurus's big old eyes staring right at me, peeking right at the window.
A window peeking monster?
Anyhow, I don't got time to be shooing the breeze with y'all. I got snaps to snap, reportage to report. Quit bugging me, will ya? Go on, get.
The entire story was ridiculous.
You didn't believe a word she said, did you, Mr. Edgeworth?
Is it that obvious? Okay, so apparently she saw the monster in the window. Not really sure how that helps us. Probably these two, eh? Alright. I'm missing something here. There's something I didn't click on yet. Oh, this, right here. That's what I missed.
Hey, these are those plastic sheets you can put down when you have a picnic.
The plastic sheets, that much is true. I don't think that's what they're used for.
Want me to explain, Mr. Edgeworth? Those are waterproof sheets. We use them to protect the cameras when it's up on the crane. If it starts raining while we're shooting, we can just cover up and keep going. I see. So they must be pretty big, right? Oh yeah. They have to be able to cover the whole rig. Wouldn't be much point in using them otherwise. The weather was pretty patchy yesterday, so we wound up using them quite a bit.
Interesting. Is there something we can, like, deduce on here? Okay, there is something we can deduce. Mayhaps we have some information. We have the lock. That's our flyer that we just got. Okay, it's just an image. I thought there was, like, actual info in there. So we have the monster footprints, we have the code lock. It's just a flyer, probably gonna need to present that at some point. And then his picture. Surrounded by shards of concrete, Flex has something yellow stuck to his clothes. I don't think we have anything yellow. Maybe that's what we need to find? Is there another piece of evidence I'm missing? Is there something I present her to convince her? Oh, this is just... right. She doesn't actually have, like, a menu. It's just the one string of dialogues. Yeah, I forgot. Okay, so we probably have to deduce something on the body, but the problem is I don't really feel like I have anything I can use to deduce at the moment. Maybe there's something I can show her. I don't know what that would be, though. Maybe this? No, nothing. Okay. Nothing really screams presentation. Are we sure we didn't just miss something with logic? Is there a combination I didn't try? I feel like I tried everything. Did I try these two? No, okay. Body, maybe she knows the powder? Yeah, but I can't present the powder to her. I don't have the powder as evidence. I mean, oh, I see what you mean, though. You think I can present the body? Like the picture? Oh, maybe. That's actually not a bad idea. No, okay. That did not work. Maybe he knows. Oops. What are you showing me that for? Curse whoever killed President Wang. Find them. You'll see if I don't. Forgive me, Agent Lang. I didn't mean to upset you. He seems to find it hard to keep a cool head where the president is concerned. Unsurprisingly, I guess.
Can't help but feel a little sorry for him, huh? Isn't there something we can do?
Yes. Listen carefully to what he has to say and try to help solve the president's murder. Maybe the feet. Oh, okay, that.
What? You want to talk about Taurosaurus? With everything else that's going on?
I'm certainly not saying that the creature could be our culprit, but he's not unrelated to the case. If there's anything you can tell us, I'd be very much obliged.
Well, President Wang had a Taurosaurus toy from way back when. I saw it a couple times over the years. That's why I recognized it.
Oh, that's what that thing was supposed to be.
Snuff toy.
We saw it in the presidential plane too.
If even the leaders of other countries love Taurosaurus, he must be famous everywhere. Dogs go bow bow in other languages, right? And cats go meow. And roosters go, cocorico. So what noise would a Taurosaurus from another country make?
Don't even know what noise our own Taurosaurus makes, do we? Don't think there's any... Oh, should I show him this? Would that be relevant? No, okay. I guess he didn't like that one. It's kind of it. That didn't really help with anything. Oh, wait, I have an idea what we could probably deduce. Can we deduce this? With, mayhaps this? This could be one of Taurosaurus's horns, couldn't it?
You're right, it totally could. Maybe it's part of a prop from the movie?
If it is, it must be from something pretty big, judging by the size.
What's it doing on the ground here?
We should ask one of the crew. Maybe they'll know. Can I talk to them about it? How do I present it to her? Oh, I don't have to. This horn, do you recognize it?
Huh? Oh, that's part of one of Taurosaurus's horns. It's from a model we use for promotional stuff. Where did you find it?
Man, your glasses must be terrible if you saw the body standing next to it but didn't see the horn 3 feet to its right. On the ground near the side entrance.
That's weird. We keep a replica of Taurosaurus's head up on the roof of the trail over there.
And it's quite large, I assume?
Oh yeah. Well, not as big as the real thing, obviously, but it's still pretty big. It's just up there. See it? Right there.
That really is big. There we go. That's probably the missing piece of the puzzle. Maybe now we can logic. I wonder if that's what caused the dent. Maybe it, like, bounced off this fence or something. Both the dent in the fence and the broken horn weren't there yesterday according to our witness, which leads me to wonder...
Wait, you think that giant Taurosaurus head could have...
I do. I think it could have, well, have rolled off the trailer roof and landed on the lot below. How would it have rolled off? It doesn't look very round. It seems more than possible, and it also means... Could that have been why? There's no sign of a murder weapon anywhere.
Oh yeah, there isn't.
Now, this is still only a possibility, but if the Taurosaurus's head somehow fell from the roof up there...
Yeah, that could kill somebody for sure.
Miss Nichols, would you mind if we took a look up on the roof of the trailer?
You want to go up there? Sure, I don't see why not. Knock yourselves out. Oh, but don't do that literally. The steps can be quite kind of slippery.
Alright, I'm done here. I found out what I need to know for now. What might that be, I wonder? Hmm? Just gonna stare at each other? Yep, okay.
Move, old man.
What did you just say to me? You need to learn some manners, kid. Oh my god, this guy's hardcore. Chugging milk straight from the carton like that.
No. You need to learn when you're in the way. Quit whining and get out of here.
What the?
I'm so sorry about him. Sean, apologize to the nice man. Come on, Sean. You know you can't speak to people like that. Whatever. Who the heck was he? A policeman, that's who. Why would you antagonize him like that? I thought there was gonna be trouble for a second there.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody stand up to Agent Lang like that.
Oh, let me introduce you all. Everybody, this is Sean Fenn. He's the star of the movie we're making.
The star? This little boy?
Hi there, I'm Kay Faraday. It's great to meet you. Sean, this is Miles Edgeworth. He's a prosecutor.
A prosecutor?
That's right, and a pretty famous one at that.
If he's a prosecutor, where's his badge? He certainly doesn't pull any punches.
You might not want to get too close, Sean.
She's right, it's no sight for a child. But he's involved in all this nonetheless. I'll need to speak with him. Can we go upstairs first? Kinda rather go upstairs first. Actually, would you mind coming up there with us?
Oh, sure. After you.
So this is the mighty Taurosaurus.
Huh? He looks different from before. Here he's way cooler on the flyer. What's with the weird nose ring in this model? Oh, I forgot. You two aren't Taurosaurus fans. This is the original Taurosaurus design from 12 years back. Huh? So, what's the one on the flyer? Oh, that's the all-new Taurosaurus. They gave him a makeover especially for the movie. He looks much more contemporary now, don't you think? A makeover? He's totally different! This one's... it's just... a cow. Well, he is just a cow. Or at least he was originally based on a cow. He's a moonstrosity! A moonstrosity? Yeah, the cow, man's best friend, reimagined as a terrifying monster.
I don't know about that one, but okay.
It totally makes you think about our whole relationship with nature, right? That was the original concept. I think the concept might be a little lost on me.
Me too, I'm afraid. Cow is man's best friend. I've never heard that one before.
The model was made for promotional events, stuff like that. So people would remember the old Taurosaurus and realize this was a reboot. Yeah, he does look a little different. People might not get it otherwise.
And just as we thought, his horn is broken.
So, the model really is what killed the president?
I think it's a distinct possibility. But there's one thing I don't quite understand.
What's that?
Miss Nichols, the model looks very heavy. How do you move it around?
Oh, it comes apart. If you know the trick, it's not so hard. But I guess if you didn't, you might struggle to figure it out.
If you happen to not be a member of the cast or crew, for example, once it's in pieces, could one person move it?
Oh yeah, even I could. Maybe not very fast, but I could.
Okay. So it breaks down to easily manageable parts. I'm sure I remember that face from somewhere.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. I know this cow.
Funny, I was just thinking this exact same thing. We know it from the president's plane, of course. And from the auction. So President Wang's plushie was a soft toy version of the original Taurosaurus. Can this really just be a coincidence? And it also has a sound recorder inside for whatever reason. Sure. Why not just stick a recording device in there?
There's a heater here. Do you think it's to keep the crew warm or something?
I would imagine so. It's spring now, but the evenings can still be pretty chilly. It really gets in your bones.
Oh, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You can't start talking like an old foggy. Nobody look like one. You have to talk young and bright and happy.
You may not have noticed, Kay, but that's not exactly my style. I don't think Edgeworth is going to age very gracefully. He's going to get grumpy by like 35. These look like the cans of paint thinner. I guess they were being used by the prop department.
Look at the ground around them, Miss Edgeworth. It's all burned.
Indeed. As is the blue sheet underneath. And the nearby newspaper. And the outside of the cans.
Wait, do you think the Taurosaurus head can breathe fire? Nah, this old guy doesn't look like the fire-breathing type.
That's not even possible, let alone likely. Still, the fire was started somehow. Well, that's not good enough to go into your logic portfolio, Edgeworth?
Yeah, I think I could probably throw that little baby over my shoulder and carry it out of here.
You're not thinking of stealing it, are you, Kay?
No, I was thinking I could just carry it around with me. And every time you shout objection, I can light you up with it and make you look super cool. Yeah, I can picture it now. You look amazing. Well, do I get the job? When do I start?
Hopefully never. How would you even plug it in? It looks so cumbersome. Just use a flashlight if you want to do that. It's a wooden table, sadly collapsed. Parts of it are badly scorched.
That's weird. The head should be on that table.
You're telling me that table supported that head? Now that I can't believe.
But the legs are broken. Guess Taurosaurus isn't going back on there now.
The scorch marks look particularly bad where the legs snapped off. I think there might have been a fire up here.
Do you think that's what happened to the legs?
Yes, and when the fire burned through the legs, the table would have collapsed. And the head
would have fallen down to the ground below. You're right, the fire caused the head to fall.
Indeed. I also happen to have an idea about how the fire may have started. Those cans of paint thinner by the heater are pretty flammable. Not a great place to keep them.
You're right. I'm sorry. I'll make sure somebody moves them. But the stove didn't get used yesterday. Not when I was here anyway.
Which makes the question of what could have started the fire all the more interesting. I mean, if someone came here during the night and did it all, surely it could have just been used then. Is that everything? I think that might be it for up here. Well, we learned a lot, but surprisingly got very little evidence to show for it. Okay, let's talk to the kid. It was Sean, wasn't it? Do you mind if I ask you some questions?
Are you really a prosecutor? You just look like an old guy to me.
I am? Old guy? Charmed, I'm sure.
Badge first, then we talk.
I don't have my badge right now.
Then how you expect people to believe you're a prosecutor? He's not the friendliest, huh? You want me to try talking to him?
Why not? I doubt it can hurt. I never was good with children.
So you're an actor, right, Sean?
Yeah.
So what? That's amazing. You're so cool.
It's not that big of a deal. Case of Perch seems to have been having an effect.
So, those horns of yours.
Yeah?
What about it? Oh, those? The makeup department made him. The character he plays has a special psychic link with Taurosaurus. And the horns allow him to communicate with his giant friend. Isn't that right, Sean? Just shut up, will you? They don't need to know all that stuff. Sorry.
Well, the power dynamic here seems pretty obvious.
Still, that's kind of amazing, huh? The lead character in a movie? Oh, you're still in elementary school? That's crazy. Oh.
Oh, do we hit a nerve? And that's why we have flash the badge to everyone as Nick. Exactly. And we flash it as everyone as Edgeworth as well. Except obviously that's not happening anymore.
Sean's actually 13. He just looks a little younger.
Well, maybe he shouldn't walk around with that backpack. Unless that's part of his costume. Because that backpack definitely makes you look like an elementary school.
What? But look at him. He's so little and cute. And the backpack, I just thought the backpack's part of his costume. He's playing a role, remember? Yeah, I guess he is, huh? But he's kind of small, you have to admit.
It's probably a little easier to hire a 13-year-old and have him play like an 8-year-old than to hire an actual 8-year-old. For many reasons. Same reason why you sometimes hire a 20-something-year-old to play like a 17-year-old.
Oh, we try not to talk about that too much in front of him. I said, stop telling people stuff they don't need to know. I'm sorry.
So it's all part of the row, except for the carton of milk, maybe. Now, the milk is how he gets his power. That's what keeps his psychic link strong with Taurosaurus. Obviously. See, if you're a Taurosaurus fan, you would know this.
The dead guy. That's the president, right? Yeah, you knew him? A little. I met him once.
He's meeting with presidents now? Guy's a real piece of work.
Hey, you can't say that. It's not nice. What's so bad about him anyway? Huh? Don't want to talk about it? Fine, I guess. President Wang was working with us on the movie.
Working with you? How exactly?
He had a part, just a cameo, nothing big. So he came to look around the set one time. That would have been when Sean met him.
Why put the president in your movie?
We heard he was a huge fan of the original Taurosaurus. So the studio offered him a little role. They figured it would be good PR.
Last thing I need is amateurs on my set.
I told you before, Sean, you can't talk about people like that.
And I told you to shut your mouth. I guess he's none too thrilled about the idea of performing alongside non-professionals. Oh, here.
What's this? Oh, wait, from yesterday, right?
A photograph? Yeah, I just got 'em printed. You can keep it if you want.
Wow, it's such a great picture. And you brought it specially for me? Oh, that's so kind. Thank you.
No, I just happen to have a spare. That's all. I hope you don't mind me asking, but can we take a look too?
Oh, sure. Here.
So it was taken yesterday. No footprints and certainly no body. Well, that pretty much confirms the timeline of events, at least. He also could just have growth issues. I mean, yeah, that's true as well. Why else would he chug milk? Alright, I think that just about wraps up our preliminary investigations.
So he was killed by...
Yes, by a falling Taurosaurus head. At least that seems to be the most likely explanation for now.
It came down right on top of him, huh?
Oh, look who's back.
Well, they took their time, but here they are. Police, bodyguards, the whole gang.
Mr. President!
It's a little late for that, don't you think?
Curses. Who did this?
Whoever it was made a big mistake. But I promise you this. They'll pay. I'm on their trail already.
What? What do you mean?
Our president may have been murdered, but that doesn't mean that extraterritoriality applies. The local police have jurisdiction. Luckily, I know the right people to talk to. And I just got myself seconded to the case. Lowly a one-man outfit or not, I'll be working this one.
Sounds like you already have an idea of where you'd like to focus your inquiries.
More than that, I've already caught scent of my prey. Take a look at this. It's a printout from a security camera on the viewing platform at the top of the big building.
That's...
It's pointed at the elevator that leads up onto the roof, so it records everybody that goes up there. And in this particular case, it recorded the president and his murderer. Clear as day.
I mean, that's fine. You can lock her up if you want.
Who's Judge Cavell doing there?
He's saying he suspects her of the murder?
Mr. Edgeworth, I entrust my offering of the goddess to you, so that you may use it to call her final judgment unto Excelsius winner.
But murder goes against everything she believes in. Or at least everything she wants us to believe that she believes in. Agent Lang, perhaps you could explain your thinking on the matter a little further?
I heard a little rumor that while I was over at the big building. It was about you, Edgeworth. You're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? Which means you don't have jurisdiction here. But you want to cross-examine me while I explain my thinking? Why would I agree to that?
Curses.
Don't be like that. You're the one who's just talked about being a lonely one-man outfit.
Yeah, a lonely one-man outfit who probably still had badge and identification.
You know what? Maybe it should be you explaining your thinking to me. How come, even though you're not a prosecutor, you're still sticking your nose into this case?
It's a valid question. Why am I still here? Perhaps I can clarify that with a question of my own, Agent Lang. Why are you so desperate to catch the person who murdered President Wang? Because above all else, you're an investigator, correct? I'm desperate to catch a certain somebody myself. A person who orchestrated a murder at the big building yesterday. A person who put Kay's freedom in jeopardy. Who put her in grave danger. That person is out there somewhere right now, lurking in the shadows, laughing. And until I uncover the truth and make that person pay, it doesn't matter if I'm a prosecutor anymore. I'll keep fighting. Find the truth. And don't give up until you do. That's a rule I live by. Yeah, isn't this guy like famous for all his rules that he lives by?
You may have the look of a smart guy, but you're a fool just like the rest of us.
A fool? How dare you?
That was just what I needed to hear. Fine, you're in. I've lost my minions, and you've lost your fancy title. But it seems neither of us is prepared to give up on this investigation. Now, seeing as we're both so stubborn, how about we go head-to-head and thrash out the details?
Be honored.
But be warned, I won't be going easy on you. I have an assassin to catch, and not even you're going to get in the way of that.
Of course, I would expect no less.
Let me show you the truth I tore from this case with my bare fangs.
Oh, I thought we were going to do mind chess. I don't think we've done it with him yet.
Alright, so this judge friend of yours met the president up on the roof. And then she pushed him, and he landed right here. This all happened the night before last. The people had all been cleared from the viewing platform, so it was just the two of them up there.
Is the murder scene even close enough to the building for someone to just shove him over the edge like that?
And that pretty much sums it up. No doubt about it. She killed the president.
They were completely alone? No bodyguards?
None. I checked. His security detail had no idea he even went up there. He must have gone in secret. Maybe it was a conversation they didn't want anybody to hear.
What kind of conversation? How were the two of them even connected?
Seems the president spoke to the owner of the building ahead of time. He had him set aside the viewing platform for just the two of them. And it was the president asking. I guess the guy wasn't about to refuse.
So last person to see the president live really could have been...
Yup.
Cavell.
Did you say her name was?
Her. His argument certainly isn't completely without merit, but I noticed at least one glaring hole in his reasoning. That's where I'll need to focus my counterattack. I mean, I think I kind of already know where his flaw is. I'm just not sure how to present it, is the only thing.
How can you say for sure that the two really met? So the plan is to come in swinging, huh? I've seen worse approaches. To dominate the battlefield, counter your opponent's every move. It's a tired and twisted strategy.
And not what I was intending at all.
But this battle has barely even begun, Mr. Prosecutor. So shut up and buckle up.
The night before last? Can you be so sure of that?
If you're not sure, take another look. Take as many as you need. This picture is from the camera up on the viewing platform. Like I said. And the camera doesn't lie. That's from 2 nights ago.
You have a picture of them both entering the rooftop area. But nothing from after that point, I assume.
No, there's only one camera and it's pointed at the elevator. You can't see the viewing platform itself. Still, this is where the murder happened, I'm sure of it.
If the president really was killed 2 nights ago, then his body would have been here in the lot this whole time. Which doesn't make any sense because the murder only happened less than a day ago.
Taking a little moment there, Mr. Prosecutor? Well, save it. I'm not done explaining. Not even close.
It's entirely possible somebody else was up there, surely. Plus, if it was 2 nights ago, we would have been up there. How was the whole place cleared out?
Yeah, what about the con candy stand? The owner of the building received a request from the president himself to clear the area. He knew that'd be serious trouble if he messed up, so he went to work as quick as he could. They cleared everybody out, and I mean everybody, including your stupid cotton candy seller.
Whoa! Damn, why the hostility against cotton candy? Jeez.
Stupid? That's mean. Still, it wasn't enough. If it had been, the president wouldn't be lying here now.
I feel like he would have probably been safer if there were witnesses, just saying. You know, clearing everyone out makes it a prime spot for someone to get killed and get away with it.
No doubt about it. Are you certain of that? Of course I am. The place, the time, everything points to the woman in the picture.
Place and time. Interesting. Agent Lang seems to believe that the president wound up in a certain place at a certain time, and yet, yes, I think I'm starting to see the problem here. There's at least one major point he's overlooking. That's where I'll need to focus my counterattack. Okay, so the big thing is that he thought he was killed 2 days ago, but we know that that's not the case. What do we have that, like, states when he was killed? Anything? Oh, right here. Photo was taken yesterday. Happened the night before last. So what you're saying is... Oh wait, no, he's not in this picture. Fuck! I thought I had him, but he's not in this picture. No, surely there's something here. Can we... Do we bring up the fence on the roof? Wasn't that like a point of contention with the last case? Kind of hard to push someone over the roof. 4/4/11:05 p.m. Pushed him and he landed right here. This all happened the night before last. People all been cleared from the viewing platform, so there's just the 2 of them up there. He landed right here. This all happened the night before last. Okay, that's gotta be the key. Like, if it happened night before last, then surely this picture wouldn't have been taken, no? Like, wouldn't the body be there still? Wouldn't this place be cleared out for investigations? Okay, good. I wasn't too sure about my logic, but I didn't know what else to even try.
Shi Long Lang, former star of Agent of Interpol. How the mighty have fallen.
What? Take a look at this picture. It's a behind-the-scenes shot of some of the cast and crew.
Look at those smiles. Well, maybe not Sean's, but hey, you know what I mean.
And it was taken only yesterday. What? If Judge Gavel really did kill President Wang the night before last, the body would have been clearly visible in the background of this picture. Perhaps you should have taken a little more time to speak with those involved. After all, there are witness interviews from the basis of any good investigation, as you should know.
I don't think I've ever seen you so happy, Mr. Edgeworth. You really do love backing your opponent into a corner, huh?
Ah, fine. You got me. I must say it's been a while. I almost missed it. Perhaps if you tried to stay a little calmer while conducting investigations in the future. Don't push your luck, Edgeworth. Wrong she says. The righteous anger of a wolf lasts 100 years. I won't be calming down anytime soon. Not until we've caught the president's killer. I want the same thing. We all do. Nonetheless, the body appeared last night. You have to accept that now. And there's one other thing you will need to accept. The president didn't die from a fall.
That's right, he was crushed by the falling head of a giant monster.
The incident occurred here on the movie set, not at the top of the big building.
Says you, but that's just your theory. I'm not about to give up on my own because of it.
But it literally can't have happened the night before last. We just proved that with this picture.
Did you? What if your friend Gavel pushed the president off the big building the night before last, and then came down here to the movie set and hid the body somewhere?
Here? But where?
There's all kinds of stuff down here. Costumes, equipment. You could hide it anywhere. And then come back a day later, last night in other words, and take it out again. We just need to check the lot for trace evidence. We'll soon find where she put it.
Wanna get a coroner to do his job first, and then we could talk about these sorts of theories, I know we just got arrested, the coroner. Surely you guys have a replacement though, right? There wouldn't be any need for that. What? This piece of evidence proves that Judge Gavel can't have hidden the body. Is it because of the yellow stuff on his clothes? Like, if the body was moved, why would that be there? P7 proves that Judge Gavel can't have hidden the body. Is it the lock? Both entrances to this lot were locked, and we already know that the chain on the side gate was cut only last night. Judge Gavel had no way of getting in here to hide the body the night before last. What? The murder has to have happened 2 nights ago. Why are you so set on believing that? Because, if you remember, that picture was a printout from a video, and there was more. They just met! Why are you so certain she killed him? There's footage from a few dozen minutes after your friend went up on the roof with the president. It's also heading back down into the elevator. Alone. You know what there's no footage of? The president himself leaving that roof. There's no other way he could have gotten down from the top of a building that high. Unless he was pushed by Gavel. What if he went through the trapdoor? You say the president was never observed returning from the viewing platform? Yeah. The camera was pointed at the elevator door the whole time. If anybody else had come up or down, it would have been on that tape. In other words, the presence of the camera ensured that nobody could have left unnoticed. I see. That's not good news for Judge Gavel. Are we just gonna forget about the trapdoor? Like, do we know for certain he wouldn't know about the trapdoor or couldn't have stumbled across it? It was a pretty obvious trapdoor.
Especially from a rooftop hundreds of feet in the air. Yeah, that's a tricky one, alright.
Indeed, even the Yatagarasu can't actually fly.
Well, not yet anyhow. Just need a little more practice.
Please don't tell me you think you can learn. A few dozen minutes? That's awfully vague.
The exact length of time doesn't matter. Not anymore, anyway. What matters is what
she did after that. And what was that exactly? Perhaps you'd care to elaborate? Oh, I mean to, believe me. So she was alone when she went back down into the elevator? You're sure of that? I'm certain. Like I said, there's footage from a little while after they went up onto the roof. Footage of Gavel recorded by that camera that points at the elevator door. And she was getting back into the elevator. Just her. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. It seems almost certain that Judge Gavel did indeed get back into the elevator alone. I doubt he'd be so sure of himself otherwise.
It's so weird, right? Like, completely alone? Not even her pal, the Goddess of Justice, was there?
I doubt the presence of an invisible entity would have swung things either way.
What? No fair. Poor Goddess of Justice. I feel like I should light a candle for her and say a little prayer.
We could return to the matter at hand, Agent Lang. You don't think there's any possibility the President could have taken the elevator at some point later?
No, I considered it, but...
And just to be thorough, the camera has no blind spots, and it was functioning normally.
Are you trying to say I'd overlook stuff like that?
What do you think I am? I don't know, you're forgetting the basics of investigative police work. Maybe you did. Forgive me, as I said, I was just being thorough. It's simply my way.
Whatever. The footage was clean, okay? There's no doubt about it. The President came up in that elevator, and he never went back down.
Understood. While I may question your testimony, I'll refrain from questioning your methods any further.
Do what you want. They're both rock solid.
And what if there was another way he could have gotten down?
He was 50 stories up. Don't be ridiculous. The elevator was the only way down. It's that simple. If you want to take my theory apart, you'll need some sharper tools than this.
There really have been no other way of leaving the viewing platform?
Well, Mr. Prosecutor, are you about convinced? There's no other way the President came to be lying here.
I think it's a little too soon to be saying that for certain.
Struggle all you like, you won't escape me. My fangs will close around you in the end.
Your fangs aren't inescapable. Another was that rooftop. I'll escape one by showing you how the President escaped the other.
Oh, nice. It's nothing this great thief loves more than a breakout. You talk a good game, Mr. Prosecutor. Now, why don't you put your money where your mouth is? Escape away, if you can.
So the camera means no one could have gone unnoticed. Or does it? Is falling really the only other way he could have left that rooftop? No, it definitely isn't. There's no other way he could have gone down from the building that high. Is this still in here? Yes. Good. Actually, there was another way.
Apart from the elevator? What do you mean? You're not about to tell me he flew.
He didn't need to. It was much simpler than that. Assuming the President knew what we know, of course. Namely, that the big building has a hidden 51st floor.
What?
That's right. A hidden floor. With a hidden entrance on the rooftop. If he left in that way, he would never have no need to ride the elevator.
What? But you said it was hidden, right? That it was a secret? How would the President even know about it?
It's an interesting question, and one I don't have an answer to just yet. For now, this is just a theory.
So what are we talking about exactly? What is this hidden floor of yours? Sounds like the kind of place your little ninja friend would happily spend time in. No, I hate it there. Don't make me go back.
Unfortunately, Kay's memories of it are far from happy. There's a secret storeroom up there where they kept the lots for an underground auction. The whole sordid scheme was uncovered just yesterday.
An underground auction? What the heck are you trying to say? The President Wang was involved somehow?
I don't have any proof, but I certainly think it's a possibility.
Yeah, based on what we've seen of him, he totally seems the type. He'd never do that. Not the President. Illegal underground auctions? No. He'd have nothing to do with it. Nothing. gotten into him. I hope you two are feeling lucky, because when people start saying stuff like that, I start fighting. Huh, she ran away. You know nothing. Neither of you. You have no idea how much the people love him, how well respected he is. Is that really true? I guess we knew what lurks behind that seemingly respectable public face. The people of Shangfa clearly don't. Yeah, all they see is like fucking President Chad. Instead, when in reality it's like President Fatso. I wonder if I should tell him the truth about his beloved president. No, what good would it do? It would only upset him more. Forgive me, Agent Lang. I didn't mean to upset you. We spoke out of turn, both of us. I can only apologize. Apology accepted, and reciprocated. I'm sorry I got carried away. It's all right, Kay. You can come out now. Sorry. It's fine. It's not you I'm upset with. It's the animal who killed the president. Well, ain't you just a fine figure of a man? All patriotic such. Gotta tip your hat to that sort of thing. What are you talking about? Well, I got good news for you, Mr. Patriot. Real good news. What? Ain't no way in heck your pal the president moseyed on downstairs via 51. What? Really? I was hungry down that there storeroom the whole dang time. Eyes peeled like oranges. Of course, she would have already snuck in by that point. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that too. But then how'd he get back down? Thanks, that's very useful to know. Well, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Guess my theory still stands, which means I'm not budging an inch. Nobody saw the president after he met with Gavel 2 nights ago. That's a fact. But it's also a fact that the body appeared only last night. How could the president have fallen from the roof 2 nights ago and only been found today? That seems a little slow as falls go, wouldn't you say? Sure, there are questions that still need answering. I'll give you that. Then I guess there's one thing we can both agree on. Oh yeah? What's that? Question of exactly what happened here yesterday will require further investigation. Yeah, I guess all we know for sure is that the body and the footprints appeared during the night. Agent Lang, we'd like to hand off the body to the coroner if you don't mind. Fine, he's all yours. Just take care of him, okay? Oh, one last thing. What? We found footprints near the body. I mean, footprints in the footprint, if you will. Little ones in the, big one. Human footprints in the monster print? Interesting. And what kind of prints? Sir, they were child's footprints. About the size of your average elementary school kid. There it is! Was waiting for that! What? Huh? Elementary? No, it couldn't be. What now? Miss Nichols? Oh, I didn't mean to butt in. Sorry. Was there something you wanted to say? What's she so scared of? There's something I have to tell you. You'll probably think it was pretty awful of me, but... I'm sure it's nothing you need to be quite so nervous about. Well, what is it? Last night, I came here. What? You mean you came back to the set? Why? Well, I just wanted to... I was worried about him, so I came back to check. Check on Sean, I mean. Sean, the boy. Makes sense. Yes, you see, he stayed behind on his own last night to rehearse. Wow, he really does take the job seriously, huh? Well, this movie is his first lead role, and he's trying so hard to make it perfect. So she might have seen what happened last night. Around what time was this? Let's see, it was already after 10, I think. It looked like it might be about to rain, so I got a little worried and came down. And when I got here, well, you saw something, didn't you? Yes, Sean was there on his own, running his lines. And towering above him there was this long, like, really, really long neck. Neck? Yes, with skin like an enormous worm. It was like a dinosaur. Ooh-wee! You mean, it must be true. Gordy, good old Gordy. You done gave me the slip last time, you slimy old lizard, but I got you now. What? That Gordy's involved too? Yeah, I think it might be. I was as surprised as you are. Although, I guess Sean was practicing being a kid who can communicate with monsters. Hot dang, you're right. He could have been communicating for real with them little horn dookie hickeys of his. Right, but it seemed more like he was kind of looking up and talking right to him. It was like they were friends. It is pretty weird, right? Dang tootin', that's weird. Weirder than a mustache on a mule. How could he cheat on his best monster pal like that? In movies and reality might be getting a little bit mixed up here. I have some ideas on what that giant dinosaur-like neck could have been. And you're absolutely certain that's what you saw. Oh yes, but only for a moment. I was so shocked I just turned and ran. Well, how about that, Mr. Prosecutor? Another mysterious beast to contend with. Don't tell me you believe this nonsense, Agent Lang. The monster angle's neither here nor there. But I think we have a pretty good idea now who we need to speak to next. Young Mr. Fenn. If he really was here last night, then there's a good chance he saw something. My thoughts exactly. The prosecution calls Sean Fenn to the stand. Sean ran off just a moment ago. What? We need to get after him. I mean, running from the crime scenes, especially after we start suspecting you, is a little suspicious. Not gonna lie, it's not good luck for you. But, I mean, I don't think he did it. Where the heck did he go? Maybe he just went home. You're right. They won't be doing any filming today after all. Sure, or maybe he went on the lam. Nah, you're just overthinking things, surely. He's a child, Agent Lang. There's no way he killed the president. Not on his own. And Horse said he was on his own, huh? Maybe a monster gave him a hand. Maybe he summoned one of his creature feature pals to help him. Yes, very funny. I'm not saying the kid did it. Not for sure, anyway. Not yet. But he's our most important witness right now. And we need to find him. Mr. Edgeworth! Hey, it's Gummy! Oh, Gah! He ran away. What was that about? Ah, well, just goes to show you that your police force can't be trusted. Are you saying you intend to continue investigating the president's murder alone? Yeah. So what? Well, last time we met you, you had about 800 other agents helping you. Sure, but I told you, I'm a lone wolf now. You got a problem with that? I don't need lackeys and I don't need friends. All I need are these fangs right here. Keeps things nice and simple. No lackeys, no friends. Anyway, catch you both around. I wonder what happened to him. Things just done got interesting. And it sounds like I got my work cut out for me. Two big beasties on the prowl? Hoo-wee! It's raining scoops. If I didn't catch at least one, I ain't no shutterbug worthy of the name. Wow, this got all kind of complicated, huh? It did. The Taurosaurus footprints were bad enough. Now Gordy?
This might as well be a movie.
Well, then we better get our monster hunting shoes on.
I suppose we had. Huh? Who's that?
That's one of Agent Lang's old team.
Come across a few of them on previous cases, but this one's on his own. Excuse me. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. Long time no see.
How come you're not with Agent Lang?
Shifu? He's not technically my boss anymore. Really? What happened? You remember that case from a month or so back? The Yatagarasu case. How could we forget? He made kind of a big mistake there. Came about as close to aiding and abetting a serious criminal as you can come and still keep your job. Indeed. I guess that was pretty close. Well, being Shifu, he took full responsibility. So they disbanded our team.
Wow, that's harsh.
But it explains why he's now a lone wolf, as he puts it. Oh, they don't trust him anymore. Because that's right, he was helping the old Yatagarasu, I believe, to some extent. Which, you know, maybe wasn't fully on purpose. And their intentions were good. But yeah, he was still criminal.
So, what are you doing here?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was worried about him. I think he's been chasing ghosts. Ghosts from 12 years ago, to be precise. 12 years ago? What does that mean? Sorry. I already said too much. I'd better be on my way. 12 years ago? Do we know something that happened 12 years ago? I think we know a couple of things, but not a whole lot. Do they have something to do with the case we're currently investigating?
Well, it looks like everybody left except us. What do we do now?
Good question. Miss Hart went off monster hunting, and I guess Agent Lang is he trying to track down young Sean? Perhaps we should try investigating another angle.
What other kind of angle?
Somebody needs to get Judge Cavell's side of the story.
Oh yeah, you're right. What did she say again? Please forgive me, but I'd better be on my way. I'm to preside over the trial Fifi Lagarde in a bit. I guess the trial will be beginning right about now.
Indeed. I think we better head down to the courthouse, don't you?
Alright, let's go.
Oh, going back to the courthouse, eh? Are we gonna interrupt the trial? I'll probably just catch on a recess or something. Court is now in session. Oh, shit. She's actually, you know, in court. Doing court things.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
You bet. Bring it on, Big G.
The prosecution has been ready for some time.
It's kind of weird seeing it from that angle. Not gonna lie. Usually the prosecution's on the right. But that's also because we usually see it facing the other side of the room. The original attorney in this case, Rosie Ringer, was murdered. But the original prosecutor, Eustace Witter, had disappeared. So Fender and Franziska have taken over in their places.
Very well. Let me begin by apologizing for the delayed start to these proceedings. The crime we are here to adjudicate took place in a prison, an institution of the judiciary. What's more, the fact that the defendant was the warden of said prison carries grave implications. These two factors combined with caused pre-trial preparations to take more time than usual. And then the unfortunate passing of the attorney in charge, Miss Rosie Ringer, delayed the trial yet further. But now we are ready to begin at last. Mr. Fender, Miss Von Karma, the court thanks you both for stepping in at such short notice.
Hey, no sweat. Rosie was your pal, right? And this was her last case. Couldn't exactly say no, could I? You'll have to bear with me though, gang. Didn't exactly get a ton of time to read the paperwork. How about you, Fran? Everything cool over on your side?
It's hardly ideal for the prosecutor in charge of the case to have run off and abandoned it. But justice can't sit around waiting for him to grow a spine. The evidence has just been handed to me. So yes, I'm ready. Thank you both. Very well. Bring the accused, Miss Fifi Lagarde, to the stand.
Wait, are we actually doing this? We're not actually doing this whole court case, are we? Maybe like an unabridged version of it.
I invite the prosecution to make its opening statement. Alright, the accused was... Let me stop you right there, darling. What is it, Miss Lagarde? Oh, I was just wondering if you could tell me something. That something being why on earth I'm here. Perhaps the opening statements will clarify that for you. But will they, dear? Really? Fine. Carry on if you must. I fully intend to. If you can stay quiet for one moment.
Eddie, can you even do this? Were you not involved in the investigation of her? I mean, yeah, he was. He was involved in it. So, why is he, like, saying that he didn't have time to read over the court case? He was there investigating with us this entire time on this case. Or, well, he was there for a different reason, but he ended up helping us investigate the case. It's like, he should already know the details because he was there every step of the way with us. And he's the one saying, oh, I didn't have enough time to read over the papers. Franziska's fine. You know, she's a substitute last minute and all that. Because Eustace, like, I guess, went cold turkey and decided to ditch his job for whatever reason. But him, he has no excuse.
The murder in question happened at the prison where Miss Lagarde worked as a warden. The victim, one Bronco Knight, was being held in the detention center.
Yeah, that was Eddie's old client or whatever. That's why he was there. He was there to see his client, Bronco Knight, and then he got murdered.
But the prosecution's case will show that Miss Lagarde took him from the holding cells and murdered him. She did so with this knife. Huh?
I can't believe Eddie's about to, like, defend the murderer of his last client.
Is something the matter, Miss Von Karma? Look at that! No! The evidence!
What gives, Fran? Everything okay?
The murder weapon. It's not here. And neither is Bodhidharma's Mrs. Chisel.
What? Saying ain't so. Did this happen, like, when she was a kid? And there was other evidence that disappeared from the courtroom? Specifically a knife? And then someone else died as a result?
Silence. Silence! Miss Von Karma, explain yourself. I wish I could, Your Honor. No murder weapon, Then what exactly are we all doing here? Really, darling, you shouldn't volunteer to prosecute a case if you can't even keep the evidence safe. I can only work with what the previous prosecutor gave me.
Little boy winner strikes again. Hey, G.
What is it, Mr. Fender?
Guess we know where this is going, huh? Let's kick this one down the road a little further, shall we?
The court hereby denies the defense's request.
What? Don't be like that. What's the dealio?
She's absolutely right, of course. We simply can't have any more delays. Let's get on and show everybody how wonderfully innocent I am, shall we?
Objection!
Innocent? Oh, thank you. Take this seriously. Oh, but I am, darling. And you wouldn't have any evidence. You just said so yourself. In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Haven't I heard that somewhere before? And without any, you can't charge me with anything. Isn't that right, Verity, darling? It is.
What? Uh-oh.
Without the items in question, the prosecution's case against the defendant cannot proceed. As such, this court hereby declares the accused, Fifi Lagarde, not guilty.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold the phone there, Hasty Pants. You can't go dropping a verdict just like that.
Forgive me, but why is the defense objecting to its client being acquitted?
Don't be cute, kiddo. You know as well as I do that little Miss Warden over there is guilty as all heck. And as for the murder weapon, you were right there when we found it.
Mr. Fender, It is incumbent in this court to see that fair judgment is afforded to all. And as the instrument of the court, I cannot allow any experiences or opinions to interfere with my work. You must think of the Judge Cavell who was present when the murder weapon was found. And the Judge Cavell you see before you in the courtroom today is two entirely different people.
Gee, you're killing me here.
I have no choice but to pass judgment based on the evidence available. And we have that evidence. Just not here. Give me some time. Just a little. I'll find it. I swear to you. The prosecution hereby requests a recess.
Oh, yeah. Vince does that too. Come on, Your Honor. Don't do us like this. She seems way too happy about these circumstances.
Very well. The court accepts the request. Really, Verity? You won't have anybody bow into pressure like that, you know. There will be a 15-minute recess. I suggest that both the prosecution and the defense use the time well. Understood.
Saved by the bell, huh?
Very well. We will reconvene in 15 minutes.
She's in on this. I can feel it. That Cavell that we saw in the last case, total sham. It was all part of the ruse.
But we did totally find that knife, didn't we, Miss Edgeworth?
Yes, of course we did. What's the matter, detective? The metal detector, sir. It's reacting to the alligator.
What? How?
The metal detector was reacting to something inside her after all. Your Honor, I'd like to remind you of this piece of evidence.
The chisel.
Didn't we just figure out that isn't the murder weapon? You might recall that Mr. Connors hid this chisel in his dog's mouth. Would you believe that the real murder weapon was hidden in much the same way? That's right. The murder weapon is hidden inside the alligator in that pond over there.
So did somebody steal it or what?
Oh, look who it is. Why are you guys here? This isn't even your case. I mean, you were like tangentially involved. I guess they might be witnesses. Never mind. Miss Berry, Mr. Saint, are you here to watch a trial?
Yeah, we heard it was going to be a real fun show. Do you know where we need to go? It's the trial for the case I was nearly convicted for. It should be starting any minute now. We were late because of practice, but it's somewhere around here, right? Simeon, that's kind of a problem. They lost some evidence. The knife and the chisel. So they call a recess and kick us all out of the courtroom. What? But no, they can't. They're not gonna arrest you again, are they? Don't say that. No.
Yeah, he was the original suspect, but we proved that he couldn't have, that he was innocent, so... I mean, I guess they could have been here as, witnesses, but it sounds like they're not even gonna be called to the stand as witnesses. They just came here to watch the trial, because they were like... I mean, they were involved, sure, but apparently they have no official, relation to their trial. Good for them, I guess.
Gee, I forgot how easy it was to upset you. Huh?
Uh-oh. Speaking of easy to upset... Fran! Francina! Franarella, chill, okay? Just chill. Come on, put the whip away. That's it.
That idiot of a so-called prosecutor! I'll find him, and I'll make him eat whip for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Master, you gotta calm her down. Kid's gone cuckoo. I guess I'd better at least try. Oh, I can walk in here.
Oh, it's you. Good morning, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor.
Franziska.
You shouldn't be here, you know. You're not in the right line of work anymore. You should be at home planning whatever it is you mean to do with the rest of your life.
Maybe I just came to watch the trial. Is there something wrong with that?
What are you going to do, Francisca? You only have 15 minutes. Don't you think I know that? And wipe that infuriatingly reasonable look off your face. You're like a news anchor calmly reading the news or something. It's utterly exasperating. It's probably better than that I don't rise to that. I feel like Edgeworth would probably make a really good news anchor, though. Maybe that's a good idea. Never imagined you were the one prosecuting this case, Francisca. Nor did I, but what a case. The murder of a presidential bodyguard. And by the warden of a prison, no less. The murder weapon was properly entered into evidence and everything. And yet, when you went to present the knife to the court, wasn't there. That imbecile. Not only did he abandon his case, he made me look like a total fool. The next time I see the little coward, I'll whip him into shape if it's the last thing I do. You go ahead and do that, but quit taking it out on the people around him. Or anything to present her? Maybe we should help her find her knife first. I'm sure it's around here somewhere. There's a sign stuck to the water fountain here. Press the pedal to enjoy delicious ice-cold water. However, be aware that once you press it, the water won't stop. Use with care. I think do not use under any circumstances might be more appropriate. Alright, I'm a pretty careful girl. Here goes nothing. Not another step, K. No one's having any water today. Water is banned. Shows a list of the trials due to take place in this courtroom. Mr. Guard's trial features prominently, of course. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, if we don't find this missing evidence... I know. It'll be bad for all of us. We need to speak with Francisca and Fender. Oh, that's a good idea, actually. Okay, Meister. So you got your memory back, huh? Sure did. I'm me again. You had me worried 6 ways till Sunday. Not that other K was a blast, too. Anyway, welcome back, kiddo. Bring it in. No. We need to be thinking about this trial right now, okay? Yeah, I guess things did go pretty pear-shaped in there, huh? We need to take up this missing evidence, lickety-split. We can't count on them putting the trial on hold much longer. Yeah, it's a stumper, all right. If only some kind soul would offer to go find it for us. That's an expectant look if I ever saw one. I don't work for you. Go find it yourself. Can't help but notice you still haven't asked for your prosecutor's badge, bucko. Finally decided to come walk the path of righteousness with me and your old man, huh? The committee is my badge, that much is true. I haven't given it up just yet. I'm still not ready to walk in my father's footsteps. No? Well, it's not like there's a deadline. You do you for as long as you need. The old family office will be waiting to welcome you with open arms when you're done. Thank you, Fender. Yeah, if only somebody would go sniff out that evidence for us. Fine. We'll do it. Way to go, Mazio! You sure? I'll do what I can, but that might not be much in 15 minutes. Brandon me will buy as much time as we can, okay? She won't be banging that hammer of hers until you made it back with the goods, I promise. Thank you. I'll be counting on you, Fender. And you, Francisca? How does that sound? What makes you think I'd accept your help? How about some advice instead? That you seriously consider a nuclear as a news anchor. Come on, Fran. Clock's a tick-tocking here. Time to step up to the plate. Alright. Fine. We'll stall the trial for as long as we can. But you'd better get your ex-prosecutor behind in gear. You know, I quite like having you run errands for me. Maybe that could be your nuclear instead. I'm glad you're on board. I can help too. I want to be arrested again. Oh, this sounds fun. Can I play? Alright, that would be very helpful of you both. Very well. Where should we begin? I think we need to go speak with a certain somebody, don't you? Who will we need to speak to in order to find out where the evidence went? I mean... it feels like the only choice, but who knows where the fuck he went. That's right.
the supposed custodian of the evidence in question, Eustace Winner.
Oh, the news prosecutor guy? Okay, we're on it.
Thank you, Mr. Saint. Wait, they know where he is?
Alrighty then. Think we better huddle and talk tactics, huh, friend? Just the two of us. Ow! Don't keep me waiting, Miles Edgeworth.
I'll try not to. We'll be back as soon as we can.
Oh, Franny Poo, wait up now.
Alright, we need to find Mr. Winner, and fast. Okay, good. The judge is out here, so she can't be calling people back to trial because she's out here now.
Whoa.
Judge Gavelle.
Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. A pleasure as always. A pleasure? How is it a pleasure? What was all that just now?
Okay, stop it.
But Judge Gavelle knows that horrible woman is the killer. Why the heck would she...
She's still smiling. I don't like this at all.
Evidence is the only language that the goddess of justice understands. My own personal thoughts and feelings do not come into it.
Is this all Judge Verity Gavelle is?
You may believe my way of thinking to be heartless, but it is my way.
To be this hard and unforgiving? There's something I'd like to ask you if you don't mind.
Please, go ahead.
What were you doing on the roof of the big building 2 nights ago?
The roof?
You met the president up there, didn't you? We've seen security footage of the two of you.
And is there something wrong with that?
Only that his body was discovered this morning, right next to the very same building.
What?
I think you understand what I'm getting at. You're considered a suspect. What happened between the two of you?
Nothing. We simply talked for a few minutes. And when we were done, I left. I took the elevator back downstairs alone.
That much we know to be true. As I said, we've seen the footage. And what business do you have with the leader of a foreign power?
I'm not at liberty to say.
I see. Well, I'm not at liberty to leave until I have answers. In which case, there's only one thing for it. She's hiding something, and I have to get it out of her. Ah, there's the chess. She's trying to be unbiased. Yeah, well, in her quest to be unbiased, she's finding herself in a very peculiar situation of she's clearly hiding something and she has no right to be unbiased at the moment. Judge Gavelle met with the president of Shangfa the night before last. Or she's just doing this on purpose to be obtuse. Because she knows that she did something bad. And trying to hide it under a gauze of unbiasedness.
Yes, I admit it. We met on the roof of the big building. But it was simply to discuss professional matters. Matters I'm not obliged to discuss with you.
I'm clearly going to have to work hard to get past her professional defenses. If she puts up too impenetrable a facade, I'll probably be better off biding my time. I should stop asking what she met the president to talk about. Perhaps you could begin by telling us what you met with President Wang to discuss.
As I told you, professional matters. Professional matters which I do not intend to share with you. I'm so glad you understand.
I must say, you're a very busy woman. A judge, a committee member, an occasional aide to us in the field even.
Thank you. I take my professional duties very seriously. And do those duties include meeting with foreign dignitaries? Yes, of course. From time to time. The law is my life. Nothing I do falls outside the scope of my duties.
You returned Kay's promise notebook to us just this morning. Surely you can't claim that that fell within your scope of your duties.
I am not yet a perfect servant of the law. That much is true.
No, you are a human being, and that was an act of simple human kindness. You have feelings, Judge Gavelle, and you are allowed to have them. About the president's death, too.
I can still hardly believe it. If I might ask, How did he die?
Oh, by Taurosaurus. No, just got crushed. No big deal. He was crushed to death by the head of a monster known as Taurosaurus. Forgive me, I should probably explain.
Is that true? He died on the set of the movie?
He did. Interesting that you should even know what Taurosaurus is.
Oh, I imagine I must have heard about it from Eustace.
Oh, right, yeah, of course. Is watching Taurosaurus movies part of your professional duties? What case was that relevant to?
Something about them shooting a movie somewhere near the big building?
She isn't fooling anybody. She's clearly very upset about something. She mentioned Mr. Winner. Seems to have disappeared along with some vital evidence. Perhaps if she won't tell us what she discussed with the president, we should try to find out what else she might be hiding. I'm clearly getting under her skin. I need to dig further. Franziska stepped in to take Mr. Winner's place in the trial. But how was she supposed to prosecute the case if he never handed over all the evidence?
My interest is solely in ensuring that a trial proceeds fairly once it had begun. And if, once it has, vital evidence cannot be presented, it should surprise no one if the accused goes free.
Oh, that would be very, very convenient. For her, wouldn't it?
I am a judge, a servant of the law. My personal thoughts and feelings do not come into it.
Not unless you can, I don't know, twist them so that they also fit within the law, right? So you have no personal feelings when it comes to Mr. Winner's disappearance?
Of course I do. I worry about him terribly too.
Wait, too? Does that mean there's somebody else you're worried about as well? I imagine their identity might explain your strangely agitated state.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a servant of the law, and my feelings are immaterial.
Oh, I think she's starting to break down here. Yeah. We are all servants of the law. All of us who stand in the courtroom. But we're not superhuman. You, me, everybody else. We're just people underneath it all. Much as we'd like to bury our feelings and remain impartial, it simply isn't possible.
You are right, of course. I am in no fit state to offer impartial judgment.
Please, Judge Cavell, just tell us the truth. What's going on?
What do I do? What do I do?
I've never seen her lose her composure like this. I should ask her who this person is she's so worried about. Her professional mask is finally beginning to slip. Perhaps now I can get to the human being underneath. Okay, we'll start at the top. Judge Cavell, who are you so worried about? And where are they?
My apologies, but I simply cannot tell you that.
I'll need a clue if I'm going to pursue this line of questioning any further. Try another track for now. Are you worried about Taurosaurus? The person you're so worried about, is it Mr. Winner?
He has not been seen since he discovered the truth about his father. Of course I'm worried about him. But this could also be a valuable test for him.
Yeah, it's bide. Seems a little defensive, maybe.
He chose to disappear, and he can choose to reappear.
And the other person you're worried about can't?
That's not something I'm at liberty to talk about. I don't know what might happen to that poor child if I did.
That poor child? Who are you talking about?
Nobody. Please. It was nothing. Ignore it.
Judging by the look on her face, I definitely shouldn't. I think that might prove to be a valuable clue. So this poor child is missing, and you're desperate to find them. And since you say child, I suppose we're right in assuming that this person is a minor?
I can't answer, and I won't. It has no bearing whatsoever on the murder of the president.
Oh, we need another clue for this. Okay. This person you're so worried about, is it Taurosaurus?
I really don't have time for jokes, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's not a joke. When I told you how the president was killed, you seemed surprised when I mentioned that he was crushed by Taurosaurus.
That was simply shock at learning how he died. And where? And where? A half-built film set on an empty lot.
Something wrong with where he died? Sounds as if something about where he died is particularly troubling to you.
No, that's not true at all. It's just, film sets are places where dreams are made, and instead a great man met his end there. I only have hope that the utmost care is taken when the news is shared with the cast and crew.
You're worried about its box office chances? I'm sorry, but I'm afraid the cast and crew already knew. We met two of them at the scene. A crew member and a young actor, Sean Fenn.
No. Why? Why did this have to happen?
Something about the Taurosaurus connection really seems to be upsetting her. I think that might prove to be a valuable clue. Alright, time to deploy these clues. You seem to get very sensitive every time I mention Taurosaurus. The poor child you mentioned has something to do with the movie, don't they?
Oh, how did you?
You're usually so cool and collected. Your discomfort told me everything I need to know. Who is this poor child? You have to tell us.
Very well. You figured out so much already. I might as well tell you the truth. The person I'm so worried about, the person I'm so desperate to find, is Sean Fenn.
Sean? But why?
That is more than I can allow you to know.
Judge Cavell, you said you wouldn't tell us the truth. If you don't give it up voluntarily, we'll have to force it from you. I'm afraid you're just going to have to accept that. Alright, final question. I need to get her to tell me why she's so desperate to find Sean. Do you know Sean personally?
He is famous. I doubt there are many people who don't know him.
I certainly didn't until today.
Then you clearly need to be better informed. Perhaps I could teach you a few things. There's almost nothing I don't know about him.
Oh, really? That's certainly interesting to know. No, okay. I don't know, I thought maybe she could tell me some things about it. Might be useful to the case. So... Alright, well I guess that's abiding then, because the second one certainly wouldn't be it. Maybe? You know what? I bet it is the answer. No, it isn't. Okay, I thought that was maybe like a trick, like, you know, just feign ignorance and non-caring. And then she'd be like, how dare you? I know everything about Sean. I'm his biggest fan. Or something like that. I don't know. Fine, we'll buy time.
Forgive me. I allowed myself to get a little carried away.
That seems to happen quite a bit when the subject of Sean comes up.
Look, I do not know him personally. I simply know a lot about him.
I'll need a clue if I'm going to pursue this line of questioning any further. Alright. Are you a fan of Sean's, perhaps?
Am I? Yes, I am. I'm an ardent admirer of the work of Sean Fenn, child actor extraordinaire. I heard that he was filming near the big building, so I made it my business to learn where the set was, and some other important details.
I see. I suppose that makes sense. As a fan, you'd want to know such things. I imagine you would also have tried to learn when he was supposed to be on set.
Yes, of course. He said he would be filming there all day today.
You make it sound like you heard that from Sean himself. I don't think he'd be sharing his schedule with a mere fan, do you?
No, I misspoke. Ignore me.
Every sip of the tongue she makes seems to be to do with Sean. And now we know she's spoken with him. That's an important clue. We're trying to find Sean too. Do you have any idea where he might be?
Why would I have any idea about that? The two of us aren't connected in any way at all.
Oh, this one also needs a clue. Okay, so top question first. Do you know Sean personally? Yeah, okay. So we'll probably use this clue here. Okay, buy time. I can understand you being worried about Sean, but you seem a little too worried. And you implied before that you had spoken to him, which must surely mean that you know him personally.
How did I give away so much?
So the two of you are acquainted. This is surely an important clue. Okay. We're trying to find Sean too. Do you have any idea where he might be? Clue time. I don't know what exactly the connection is between you and Sean, but I know for certain that it exists. You've as good as told us that it does. Please, Judge Cavell, you have to help us try and find him.
Help you? That would never be allowed.
By whom? The Goddess of Justice?
By the one person who knows where he is.
Come on, please be the correct. Fuck! I thought she was still being defensive. That was unfortunate. No! That's okay. We only lose a little bit. Do we have to do all the clues again? I think we get to keep the clues, right? Yeah, we get to keep all the clues. Okay, we do that. Do you know where he is? Oh no, we need clues again. Okay. So we gotta do fan first, I think it was. And then I think we buy this one. Then we do this one. And then we do this one. And then buy time. Spoken to him. And then do you know where he is? You're very much connected. Person who kidnapped him? I mean, it didn't seem likely to just jump to kidnapping, but sure. At last, the puzzle pieces are finally starting to fall into place. I know why you're so reluctant to tell us anything about your relationship with Sean. Admit it, he's been kidnapped, hasn't he? Judge Cavell, I need you to tell me the truth. All of it.
Very well. This time, I will tell you everything. Your intuition was correct. Sean has been kidnapped.
I knew it. Why does that have anything to do with you?
Sean is... He's my son.
What? Well, we may not have found out what she and President Wang were talking about, but we have found out something just as important. Sean has been abducted. Not exactly the endgame I was expecting, but that's checkmate nonetheless. Well, shit. Probably could have seen that coming because of a different last name, but I guess if he is an actor, that would make sense. Fun fact, one person can only have one name in all of acting, at least in like Hollywood. That's why a lot of people have to change their names, because if their name naturally shares that with another actor's screen name, well, guess what? You don't get to use your own name, even if you want to.
What? You're Sean's mom, Judge Gavel? No way, come on. You're too young.
Wait, how old is she? Hang on. What do you mean she's too young? You're just being nice to her? Oh. Oh no. Surely it's adoption, right? Must be. It has to be.
It's true. I am Sean's mother. Look.
A magazine clipping.
An article about Sean. You always carry this with you? Yes, everywhere I go. I guess you could call it kind of a talisman.
It certainly speaks to the bond between them. Although they do look very similar. That's not the kind of look you get from an adopted kid. And you sure he's been kidnapped?
Unfortunately, yes. I received a phone call from the kidnapper just before the trial began.
Did they make any demands?
Only one, that Fifi Lagarde to be found not guilty.
Ah, so she rigged the trial. So she found not guilty. This sounds very similar to the last time someone kidnapped someone and then asked for a trial to be rigged. Nah, there can't be any connection. Well, that certainly explains what we saw in there.
And without any, you can't charge me with anything. Isn't that right, Verity, darling? It is. Without the items in question, the prosecution's case against the defendant cannot proceed. As such, this court hereby declares the accused, Fifi Lagarde, not guilty.
That's why he came so close to declaring her innocent.
I failed in my duty to the law. I am a judge, and if I cannot arbitrate with impartiality, I make a mockery of justice. And yet, I tried to force through a ruling based on nothing but my own self-interest.
Judge Gavel.
The goddess must be furious with me. But I just couldn't do it. I couldn't sacrifice my son on the altar of justice. I couldn't remain impartial when it mattered most. Of course you couldn't. Are you crazy?
Hey.
No parent could just give up on their child like that. If that makes the goddess of justice mad, I'm sorry, but she's wrong. She really thinks that way, then she's the guilty one. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes. Declaring the goddess guilty? That's bold. Kay is right. As I told you, though we all serve the law, we are also only human. None of us could, or should, be expected to sacrifice a child for the sake of a verdict.
Thank you, both of you. But the trial must continue. There is no escaping that.
Your Honor, there you are.
It seems it is time. Judge Gavel, my dad was a prosecutor. He was? Yeah, he used to work in a courtroom just like you do. And I was thinking about what he would have done if he was in your position right now. If a prosecutor were forced to insist that a clearly innocent suspect be found guilty, I know what he would have done. Anything, that's what. He would have done anything to get me back. He would? So what I'm trying to say is, you can trust us. What do you mean? To get him back, to snatch him from the jaws of danger. I'm the second Yatagarasu, and if you agree to trust me, I promise I'll get him back for you.
The thief who steals only the truth, and perhaps one or two other things. Well, Judge Gavel, what do you say? Will you trust the great thief to steal back that which matters most to you?
Mr. Edgeworth.
I'd like to help too, if that's all right with you.
Thank you. I know I'm in no position to ask this of you, but please, please, see that he comes home safely. Oh, we will. Don't worry. You can count on us. Here, take my cell phone. The kidnapper may call again.
You'll get it back, along with your son. I promise.
I will do everything I can to draw out the trap, but I don't imagine I can give you any more than about 2 hours at best.
2 hours? That gives us until 2 p.m.
Please, I'm counting on you.
Isn't that like basically how long we had with the last time this happened? And here I thought the Great Thief was on sabbatical.
Well, hold on to your hat because she's back in business. Alright, let's do this. My first commission. Can't afford to mess it up.
In that case, you better start looking right away. Where to begin? Gah, where the heck did he go? Maybe he just went home.
You're right. They wouldn't be doing any filming today after all.
Sure. Or maybe he went on the lam. Perhaps we should see if Sean left any clues behind at the big building.
Hey, what are you doing giving orders? This is a Great Thief operation. I'm in charge now.
Is that so? Then, what am I?
You're my assistant. First assistant to the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Talk about an honor.
I've been relegated to thief's assistant. You know, news anchor's looking mighty fine right now.
Alright, let's go to work. Team Yatagarasu, move out.
I appreciate Gavel's bold insistency on using a flip phone in the year 2020. Maybe it's one of those newfangled folding smartphones, though.
Alright, here we are. Ready? On 3. Just follow my lead. You'll be fine, okay?
What exactly are you talking about?
Even in the depths of night.
Nope. He's not doing it. No, this is 2020. Remember that Phoenix Wright 1 took place in 2016. And this is, what, 3 years later? 3-ish years later? So it's 2019 right now. This game takes place in 2019. So, she's using a flip phone in 2019. Just keep that in mind.
Hey, your turn. Keep it up, will you?
What are you making me do this?
Because the Great Thief Yatagarasu just arrived at the scene of the crime, dummy. How is anybody supposed to know that if we don't announce our appearance?
You may be a thief, but I most certainly am not.
Fine, I'll do it on my own. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares take flight. One alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the Great Thief Yatagarasu.
I'm very much aware of who you are, thank you. Now shall we get on with this investigation?
You're no fun at all.
We don't have time for fun. Is there ever time for fun when he's around? We have less than 2 hours, in fact. We'd better get started. See, 2016 you could make the excuse. Alright, I'll give them 2016 for the first game and having flip phones and maybe not Nick's like Nokia 3310. But that's also Phoenix that we're talking about here, so whatever. But it's 2019 now. Nobody's using a flip phone. So unless that's one of those folding smartphones in a really fancy looking case, maybe it even has like a cover on to make it look like it's got buttons, something's clearly up here.
Alright, well we have the photo. Let's show it to a few people. See if it jogs any memories.
Who's even around here? Oh my god, is that who I think it is? Oh, hey Mr. Edgeworth. A long time no see. Wait, you're... This is Will Powers. He's an action star I met on an old case. He's also the man behind the mask of the one and only Steel Samurai. Long time no see indeed. Wasn't he, like, involved? No, he wasn't there. That's right, he wasn't there for the previous Game 5.
Nice to meet you. I'm Kay Faraday, Great Thief. Miss Edgeworth has been working as my assistant.
Good to meet you, but, thief? Miss Edgeworth has been assisting a thief? Let's not worry about that for now. We'd like to ask you about what happened this morning, if that's alright. Sure. I don't know if I can be much help to you, but sure. So he'll be one of Sean's work colleagues. I guess we better just dive right in. We've probably seen each other on set from time to time. I heard you're investigating this one, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, yes. I'm not the prosecutor in charge, of course. If you're Kay here's assistant, I guess this is her case? No, that's simply...
I can see you're an intelligent man. You're right, of course. I'm in charge of this one.
Don't encourage her.
Alright, I'll need you to give me straight answers. First of all, this case. Have you noticed anything weird? Perhaps you could give me your impressions.
Is that supposed to sound like me? My impressions? I guess my main concern is, no offense to the victim and all, but is it all over for the production? Are we done? I can't help but worry. I think it's probably safe to assume that you are, at least for now. Right? Ugh, I knew it. What a bummer. We don't have the location for much longer either. Because you were due to finish shooting soon? No, because they're due to start building. The lot won't be empty for long. They were letting us use it while they got ready to make a start. I guess the plan was to shoot the rest on a lot back at Global Studios. I've been so worried about everything. Well, with people spreading all these rumors too. Rumors? Yeah. This journalist keeps coming around. Y'all been hiding monsters on that there set of yours. Y'all can't do that. I'm gonna expose y'all. She's always saying stuff like that. I think I know exactly who this journalist might be. Yeah, the photographer, right? I thought you maybe knew her.
But you're not, are you? Hiding real monsters, I mean.
Are you kidding? If they had real monsters to call on, I'd be out of a job. So you've all been working hard on the movie? Yeah, it's the first time I've been on a reboot of an old series. This has been a real challenge for me and everybody else over at Global Studios. Only they'd put this kind of energy into making a new Steel Samurai show or something. Nah, it's 2019. No one's making new shows, they're just making remakes and reboots. That's the trend right now. It's all that sells. Oh, you want another season of Steel Samurai? No, you're gonna get a brand new Steel Samurai. Straight to streaming. Will Powers isn't gonna be the star of it though. It's gonna be some new guy that no one cares about. And no one's gonna like it because it's not gonna have any of the feel of the original series. Everyone's gonna hate it. What role are you playing in this one? Me? Well, I'm Tarosaurus himself.
No way, so you're the star.
Well, not quite. I'm in a costume, see? My face won't ever appear on screen.
Really? Still, that's pretty amazing. Wish I could wear a costume like that.
I mean, he's pretty used to wearing a costume all the time. So.
Hey, do you think I could try it on sometime? Myself or just climbing inside of the horns?
I'd love to say yes, but that's not really how it works. You can't really climb inside that part.
Oh, I get it. Because I'm an outsider, right?
It's not the issue at all here, Kay. Can I ask you a couple questions about Sean? Sean? Oh, sure. Penny told me what happened. He just disappeared, right? Yeah, sounds like him.
Does he do that a lot?
Yeah, kinda. If we take 5 mid-shoot, you look around sometimes and he's just gone. Do you have any idea where he might have headed off to? Sorry, no. I did see him leave the set, though.
Huh? You did? And where was he headed?
He got in the site bus. But I was checking some equipment over, and by the time I looked back up, he was gone. The site bus? I wonder if he left any clues behind. Do you mind if we take a look inside the bus, Mr. Powers? Sure. You have to excuse the mess, though. Alright, let's see what we can find. Where's this bus? Is this the bus? Looks more like a van than a bus. There's an array of filming equipment here. Are you getting ready to shoot something? No, nothing scheduled for today at this location. It's just, a case has gone missing. A case? What is he talking about? Yeah, all that stuff in there's normally stored inside a large case. But I look away for 5 minutes and it's wandered off somewhere.
Sounds like there's a thief around here. Yeah, it kind of does sound like there's a thief around here, you're right. I wonder who they are.
What exactly was taken? It's just a case as far as I could tell.
Why don't we take that? I would have been more interested in what was inside it myself.
I guess whoever took it must have needed the case more than its contents. Did they need to put something in it? It's a map of the area around the big building. Let's take a closer look. Whoa, we actually get like lore about the city's layout? Wasn't expecting that. I don't recognize any of these places though, unfortunately. Don't think we've ever been to any of them. I could imagine though that this is probably lore accurate to something that happens in a later game. Sunshine Coliseum. There are all kinds of events here.
Yeah, I wanted to go to the World Thief Symposium, but they canceled it this year. It was so cool. Thieves from all over the planet all gathered in one place. I mean, there's that thing where they arrested pretty much everybody who attended, I guess. And some people did say the whole thing was just a trap set by the police.
And yet you still wanted to go? You recognize the Coliseum? I'm guessing that's probably from a later game. Any of these other places? I know that later on there's like a case with like a whale or something. I remember seeing that in like a Nintendo Direct. That was one of the DLCs for Dual Destinies, I think. And like it was a case with a whale. I'm guessing that probably could take place up here in the harbor. Oh, I guess I can click on the harbor actually. There's a garbage processing facility right around next to the fishing port here.
Do they process garbage they pull out of the sea or something?
I guess they might. But I doubt that's all they deal with.
So what else? Oh, like garbage that washes up on the shore? Shells and fish bones and stuff? Well, who throws that stuff in there in the first place, huh? They should be ashamed of themselves.
Yeah, how dare those fish throw all their fish bones and shells into the water?
Did they ever hear of recycling? You could make earrings and necklaces and... yeah.
Let's maybe talk about this some other time, shall we, Kay? This is the big building itself. So that's where we are right now.
It's kind of cool looking, but I still can't quite bring myself to like it.
I'm not surprised. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if you never wanted to come here again.
Hey, when this is all over, when we have the whole case wrapped up, can we maybe come here just for fun? We can bring Gummy, too.
You don't let the past drag you down, do you? It's an admirable quality, I guess. Let's think about that later, shall we, Kay? The case isn't over just yet. We can't afford to start making plans for when it's done.
No fun. Fine. Let's hurry up and solve this little mystery, shall we?
Oh, is there a chance Mornington Park was where 2-1 took place? I don't know if that could have been the same park. Maybe that... I don't think that park was actually named. It could just be any old park, but... that could be a very easy retcon if they wanted to.
I don't really buy into all that stuff, but they do say the light from the sun in the morning gives you more wrinkles, right?
And why are we talking about this?
Why do you think? Because they called it Mornington Park.
I'd certainly like to be basking in the morning sunshine without a care in the world right now. Dazen Mall, Sundown Sanitation Plant. Boy, what kind of case could they have there?
The Sundown Sanitation Plant. What, do they make cleaning products there or something?
Sadly not. I think they just incinerate all the garbage the trucks bring back. By the way, Kay, you seem a little antsy.
Oh, it's nothing. Hey, did you see up in the other corner of the map? There's another garbage facility.
Indeed there is. I imagine it probably fulfills a slightly different function. Seem to be quite a few such facilities in the area.
Yeah, places littered with them.
Really? That's what you were so excited about? A third-rate pun? I forget the name of the aquarium, but they could have maybe found the whale there. Would need to see it again. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't remember too much about the case. I just remember it was like, I think it was briefly mentioned in some Nintendo Direct around when the DLC came out. And then I remember seeing the DLC in the store when I bought it. Because I did, weirdly enough, I did buy Dual Destinies back in the day with the intent of playing it at some point once I finished the trilogy. But I never got around to that, of course, because Apollo Justice was hard to find. That was before they re-released any of the other games on the 3DS. Is that all that's here? Can't click on the mall. We clicked on the park and Coliseum. Yeah, that seems to be it. Okay. Yo, taxi.
Oh, hey there, pal. Wild on face, huh? Everything, wanna maybe lighten up a little?
Did you take on any passengers here this morning?
Does a witch wear a point hat? You bet I did. Just the one fare, mind you.
And who was the passenger?
There's two guys. Had on these black suits. Really sharp looking.
They have a boy with him?
This boy.
Nah. Like I said, it was just the two of them. Alright, never mind. Thank you for your help. I thought we might be onto something there, but no luck. A very good day to use, Prosecutor Edgeworth, sir. Huh? I'm not a prosecutor anymore, but he doesn't need to know that, I guess. A good day to you too, officer. Can I ask why you've been posted here?
Me? Oh, I'm just keeping an eye on things.
Excellent. Now perhaps you can tell me if any vehicles have come in and out of here this morning.
None except the taxi and that blue truck over there, sir.
Only 2 vehicles have come in and out. That could be useful to know. And what's on that truck? Probably should check it out. Sean! Sean! Are you in there? No sign of him here either. Now you gotta press X harder. You gotta really feel the Sean. We're gonna end up going to the the container lot up by the harbor, and we're just gonna see Sean in a grate full of rain. That's where we're gonna find him, tied up in a grate, slowly drowning. Kinda thought that bus asking on the back of the truck there looks suspicious. She's not wrong, it does. Huh? What are you doing, Miss Edgeworth? Why are you touching the truck? The engine's cold, which means it's been here for a while. No way, you can tell just from that? And if it's been parked here a while, I guess the driver might not be nearby either. You don't really have a time to stand around waiting until they get back. Okay. So, likely not the kidnapped vehicle? Perhaps? It was DLC, was technically happened between cases in the main story for DD. Oh. I wonder how they rearranged them then for this trilogy that we'll be playing in a bit. I'm guessing they probably just like put the cases in chronological order then. I would hope. Make things easier to play through than having to jump around all the time. Yeah, that would make it confusing as DLC, hey? I mean, it was the only time they did DLC, right? Like, was it 1 or 2 cases that they did? I can't remember how many were extra add-ons. But it was kind of weird, like, seeing a case as DLC for a Phoenix Wright game, though, that's for sure. Oh, I never clicked on the vehicle. I see. I clicked on the equipment. I guess I was, like, turned slightly to the left or something. Where would Sean have been sitting? Sean? Oh, that's a seat with a backpack on it. There's something poking out of it. A videotape? Huh? We use these when we're shooting. How would Sean have one? Is there something he wanted to record? This could be a clue. Do you have a way for us to check what's on the tape? Sure. There's a couple of monitors set up right over there. Spirit of Justice has a DLC case, but that's said after me. That was the other one, yeah. Spirit of Justice also had a DLC. Alright, hitting play. It's Sean. Is he rehearsing his lines? Sean was on his own running his lines. There's a clearly visible footprint right there, which means this must be from last night. Yeah, he does this sometimes. When he's not happy with a scene, he borrows the equipment and goes over it on his own time. Wow, he's really dedicated, huh? There is. He may be young, but he takes his craft seriously. You gotta admire it. Well, that part of it at least. The using the kit without ASCII part, not so much. And he would have been able to use the equipment on his own? Sure. If all he wanted to do was shoot something pretty basic. Huh? What is it, Kay? Where did Sean go? He ran off somewhere. He just left the camera running? It stopped. I guess he ran out of tape. So that's all on there? Sean's rehearsal? It's midday already.
You think Judge Cavell and the others are doing okay?
I'm not sure. How long is it realistically possible to drag out proceedings, I wonder?
We have to find Sean.
Indeed we do. Uh-oh. Is that who I think it is? Oh, it's both of them. I forgot about the other one.
How do you think you're gonna get us a scoop like that? Sorry, Chief, my bad. How many times I gotta say it? We're scoop fiends. Wild critters that survive on scoops and scoops alone. Every second we ain't scooping, we're stopping. It's scoop or die out here. Yes, Chief.
Well, look who it is. Although I can't help but wish it wasn't.
When did those two get here? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, we should go talk to them.
Should we? Fine. Body placed after the prince. True. Seems like it anyways. But maybe... I don't know. What if he was like tied up or something? Like here's a possibility that kind of makes it still the scene of the crime. What if he was tied up, someone went upstairs, knocked over the head, and then got rid of the rope? You know? Still kill him. Unwrap the body? Hey, you can't even tell.
Well, if it ain't my good friend Ruffles, good to see y'all again.
And you, Miss Lloyd. But, how come you're here, if you don't mind me asking? Miss Lloyd, the accusation of murder made against you is of course entirely groundless, but the fact remains that you were a willing participant in the staged assassination attempt. The police will no doubt wish to speak with you about the matter. You should be aware that you may well be punished for your actions.
Well, they kinda dropped the whole case out of nowhere. Packed me up and shipped me home without so much as a slap on the wrist. Guess it was their way of saying, you keep the good work now. They did some kind of keen to get me to never ever mention the whole thing ever again, though.
Yes, because you weren't part of the official story of the attempt on the president's life. They can't afford to have you getting in on the way of that.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, telling Tabby to not talk is like trying to stop a dam from bursting with a piece of tape.
Not exactly the most delicate way of putting it.
Wrote the whole thing, of course. Every last detail, plus a few of my own. Handed it into the paper, hopes all high and all. But nothing. Not a peep.
Was somebody putting pressure on them? Or were the details you added a little too gratuitous, perhaps? Both seem equally plausible, unfortunately. What are you doing here at the big building? Are you reporting on something?
Hey, maybe I didn't make this clear enough the first time we met, but, you want a reporter to scratch your back? You gotta scratch hers first, if you catch my meaning.
You mean you want me to give you something you can use for an article?
Bingo. And it better be good. Because if it ain't, this conversation's over.
We do need to know about what might have happened to Sean. Perhaps I could show her a piece of evidence and see if she has anything to give me in return. Well, why don't we start with the photo? That seems like an easy one. Miss Lloyd, this picture.
Say no more, Ruffles. I already know what you're gonna ask.
Huh? You do?
You're looking for him, right? The kid?
What?
You just can't get out from under the drama, huh? Wherever he goes, the bodies follow. Miles Edgeworth, trouble magnet. Pretty much sums you up, right?
Is my reputation really so sordid?
And now you done got yourself wrapped up in a kidnapping, too. Crazy. Huh? How do you know about that? Shh, pipe down, will ya? Can't be talking about this stuff too loud. I ain't even told the chief about it. Gotta keep it on the down low, okay? That ain't a cat I want off out of the bag just yet.
Seriously, how do you know about it? Surely Judge Cavell hasn't told anybody except us.
I bet you just love to know, wouldn't ya? Well, you can't. It's a secret.
She's as stubborn as ever, it seems.
Hey, quit staring at me like that. I ain't sharing nothing with that thundercloud of a face.
Okay, but nobody was seen there. All I said was placed after. It could be killed prior. I mean, yeah, it could be killed prior. But I'm just saying, like, okay, to be fair, we don't know when the body was killed or when, like, he was around or whatever. Because if Sean was alone at the time, it has to be before the murder, right? We don't know why those footprints are there. The footprints and the death of the president may or may not be related. But we don't know why the footprints are there in the first place. We also don't know when the president died. It could very well have been any time after Sean left. Maybe. I mean, unless of course Sean did it. But I don't think he did.
So, you know something, right? Sure I do. Truth is, I done saw it. Little kid being bundled off by two shady characters in black suits.
Wait, what?
What? Do you know where they went? Nope, don't got a clue. They was kind of far away when I spotted them. Lost sight pretty quick. Damn it. Still, at least we know something about our kidnappers now.
Yes, two men in black. Interesting. Okay. How about you, Lotta? What do you have for us? Miss Lloyd calls you Chief, doesn't she?
Sure does, because that's exactly what I am. She's my #1 cub reporter. Sees my unique brand of shutterbug and caught her eye, so she came to learn the trade. She may be a scribbler, not a snapper, but the both of us are hungry for scoop soup 24/7. And besides, who doesn't want to be called Chief, right?
Miss Hart's pictures were what drew Miss Lloyd to her. I suppose it's no surprise that this particular chief attracted an apprentice with such unique tastes.
Sure, she didn't score no big scores just yet, but she's hungry. Boy, is she. Hungrier than me, even. And she wants a Tarasaurus exclusive better than a coyote wants a chicken. She's been turning this place upside down all day looking for leads. She has. Maybe she knows something about the kidnapping. I think we should ask her, don't you, Miss Edgeworth?
Agreed. We need all the help we can get to find Sean. I can think of one piece of evidence that might encourage her to tell us what we need to know. So now that the story of the underground auction is in the bag, what's next?
Come on, as if you ever need to ask. Tarasaurus, that's what. Fate done dropped him right in my dang lap. Snuck in upstairs to cover the auction. And then he shows up right on the doorstep and stomps big old footprints everywhere for good measure.
And do you have a particular news outlet in mind for this big scoop?
Does a bear do its business in the woods? I got me 2 or 3 in mind. They'll be all over this like a rash. Heck, there's even one right here in the big building. Tabby and me, we're in and out of there all the time. I mean, mostly on account of how fond they seem to be of throwing us out on our ears, but still.
Sounds as if they're both more out than in. Let's try presenting the picture with her. Oh, she doesn't care. She doesn't know anything about it. I guess makes sense, you know, that's why Lloyd's keeping it so secretive. I just thought I'd give it a try. Alright, I think we have a little bit of logic, no? Yeah, we got some logic here. Okay, men in black and 2 men. Are they possibly the same? So we've learned a little something about the kidnappers. Miss Lloyd saw 2 men taking Sean away, and the taxi driver remembers giving 2 similar-looking men a ride.
They must be the same people, right?
I'd say it's a distinct possibility, yes, but there's one thing that doesn't make sense. The taxi driver said specifically that the 2 men didn't have a child with them.
Oh yeah, that is weird.
I think I know some way we could possibly remedy that. Maybe. Could it be that the kidnappers who stole the case?
Wait, you mean...
Yes. What if they put Sean inside of it?
He's little enough that he'd fit, I guess. So the reason the taxi driver didn't see him...
Might be because he was loaded into the truck as baggage.
But why did they need to hide him? I mean... You don't usually go around walking around with your kidnapping victim. That's kind of weird. Makes it pretty suspect.
I imagine they might not have planned to originally. They didn't count on there being police presence here in the plaza.
Right, that makes sense. They didn't want the officer on duty to see them going off with Sean.
So they took a rather drastic measure.
That must be it. Alright, let's go see what the taxi driver can tell us.
The 2 men you told us about, did they have any baggage with them?
Boy, did they.
Giant case. Wasn't easy getting that thing in the trunk, I tell you.
That sells it. They must have been the kidnappers.
Where did you take these 2 men, if you don't mind me asking?
Look, I can see this is important. How about I just give you a ride there? That's a great idea. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure, folks.
Hey, we're going on a road trip. Why is this like a Pegasus pony themed taxi though? Like that seems like such a big statue to have on top of your car like that. Also, I didn't know there was taxis with right-hand drive in Los Angeles. That's a new one.
Did you have to drive that fast? I feel kinda queasy. Are you okay, Miss Edgeworth? You look a little green yourself.
I'm fine. The driver said he took the Ben to the garage of this house right here.
Which means this must be where they brought the case. No way, look at the name on the mailbox.
The name? What? Excelsius Winner?
This must be that chairman guy's house.
What? Excelsius Winner ordered Sean's kidnapping? Isn't he currently under arrest?
Nice, the garage door is unlocked.
You spotted that quickly, although I guess I probably shouldn't be surprised. Damn, nice bike! Smells of engine oil in here. I guess Winner Sr. must be something of a motorhead.
Anybody home? No? Anybody?
What are we, Kay? Common house thieves?
You take that back. We're great thieves, and don't let me ever hear you say different. Have some self-respect, Mr. Edgeworth.
She didn't like that at all. Anyway, it seems nobody's around, which hopefully means we're not at risk of being arrested.
Don't let your guard down yet. We're only just getting started here. Now let's find us some treasures.
Aren't we supposed to be looking for Sean? What are those gloves?
Look, a treasure.
These are mechanics gloves. Those are quite the eccentric mechanical gloves. They're designed to be worn when fixing vehicles or working with machines.
Covered in oil that looks like it must be from a machine too.
And strangely, dirt. An awful lot of dirt. I doubt they'd have gotten like that from motorcycle maintenance.
Ugh, I hate the guy, but I have to admit, I like his gloves a lot. You think we can maybe come up with a good excuse to, borrow them?
I was about to take them into evidence, but now I'm not so sure that's a good idea.
How are you taking them into evidence? This isn't even an official visit. What evidence? That's just called stealing. No!
Think about it, he's kidnapped who we now know as a Gavel's son. Oh, 100%. This is like totally a revenge thing. Dude, he probably... I wonder if he ordered his son to do it, or he somehow got his son to like kidnap Sean. Like, I don't know how he could have, but we've seen Eustace. He probably would have gone along with it. Somehow convinced him to put Sean in the box. Or just be okay with it. I don't know, maybe he's not even here. Maybe he's not orchestrating this whole thing in lieu of his dad. I could totally see him doing it though. And look at that, there's the box. I think we know what this is. Yes, this has to be it. The equipment case that Mr. Powers told us was stolen.
They folded little Sean up, packed him in there, and shipped him all the way here, huh?
He's a boy, Kay, not a piece of equipment. And it's possible that he's still here.
Then we better find him. My reputation as a great thief is riding on this. And yours is my assistant.
Sure it is.
No way, this bike is super cool. There's even a skull on the headlight.
Wow, I didn't take her as someone who'd be into all this. I suppose it's designed so that the eyes light up when you turn it on.
Really? Wow. I'll bet it's still nothing compared to when you get that steely glint in your eyes.
My eyes don't actually light up, Kay. Really? I thought that was his superpower.
These huge bags of flour, Mr. Edgeworth. If we had some water and a rolling pin, we could make us some delicious fresh noodles. I like them nice and firm, don't you? You have to boil them just the right amount.
That's not flour, Kay, it's cement. If you mix it with water, it'd become very, very firm indeed.
Really? Wow. Cement noodles. Yeah, those would probably kind of stick in your throat, huh?
Just a little, Kay. Just a little. There's a sledgehammer and a shovel, a bunch of other heavy-duty tools here.
That thing makes Judge Cavell's hammer look puny. If I ever become a judge, I'm getting one like this.
I doubt you'd make yourself very popular swinging one of those around in the courtroom. Don't give the writers any ideas here. They ever need a replacement for Judge? You know they're gonna get someone with a sledgehammer.
Really? Fine. What if I swung that shovel around instead?
Then it wouldn't be a courtroom, it'd be a circus. Promise me you wouldn't do that. Uh-oh.
There's somebody in the back there.
Sean, is that you?
Sean, stay right there. We're coming.
How do you know it's Sean? That's... Again, I ask, how did you know that was Sean? But, Mr. Winner...
What? What's he doing here?
Alright, you know what? This makes way more sense. Orchestrating the kidnapping of his own son? Yeah. No, Excelsior would definitely do that.
Wait, this is Chairman Winner's house, right? Which means...
Yes, it's Mr. Winner's home too, presumably. So how did he wind up like this? A time, Kay. Quickly.
Well, expert rope work, huh? Leave it to me. Alright, like this, and through here, and you're free.
Did we really have to do that, though? I mean, did we really have to do that, though?
Are you okay, Eustace?
I like that he still has his little pointy stick. It looks like he's been through hell. How did you come to be tied up down here? I don't know. You found me. Why don't you tell me? Because we don't know, which is why we're asking.
I'm not sure you're going to be able to get much out of him like this.
No, in which case, there's only one thing for it.
Wait, you mean...
I hate to beat a man while he's down, but it might as well be the only way.
Are you sure? Look, don't go too hard on him, okay? You might push him over the edge.
Understood. I'll tread carefully, I promise. Though I can't promise I'll be very good at it. I've never held back against my opponents before, after all. Nah, there's no need to hold back against him. It's okay, he can take it. The last time we saw him, he was readied out of the courtroom. How did he wind up here? You don't understand. You don't know what it's like being me. Ooh, he's got a full set. He's been through a lot. It's gonna be hard to know what might cause him to lose control. In which case, I guess I may just have to quietly listen to what he has to say. Why me? Why am I always the last one to know? The butt of every joke. He clearly has questions. I have to do my best to try and answer them. But he's also clearly in no fit state for this. I'll need to try and finish this quickly. I should figure out what he needs to hear and try to calm him down. I really want to do the second one. Just take a deep breath and tell me what's on your mind, Eustace. No, I will not. Even if I did, it's not like you'd listen to me. What is this? Why aren't you shouting objection? You always shout objection. Just let it all out. What? You're really going to listen to me? Learning the truth about your father can't have been easy. I can only sympathize. That wasn't the hard part. The hard part was losing everything I ever had in a single morning. Maybe? I was thinking the top one, but everything I thought I worked for, it was all a lie. Dad just made it happen. Tell me, Edgeworth, what am I supposed to believe in now? You can lose faith in everything but yourself. That you have to believe in. But you don't have to do it alone. Experience I can't give you, but knowledge? That I'm happy to offer.
I had some time to think while I was tied up like that, and I realized something. I'm not cut out to be a prosecutor. I'm incompetent. I don't even know the right word. I think the word you're looking for is incompetent. But judging one's own competence is notoriously difficult. So I need you to trust me on something. You're getting better at this, Eustace. Day by day. Inch by inch. I swear it. Now, I need to ask you something. Will you help me out? Sure. What do you want to know? Well, first of all, thank you for calming down. Next, I want you to tell me about your kidnapping. CBA? What do you mean CBA? I'm failing to understand what that means. I need you to be as detailed as possible, Eustace. Tell me everything you remember seeing and hearing. Do you have any idea who your kidnappers might have been? No, of course I don't. If I did, I would have told you already. Now we need a clue for this one, okay. Makes sense. Oh, chess battle advanced. Ah, okay. I know that's what we're calling them now. Maybe what they wanted? Do you have any idea why somebody might have wanted to kidnap you? What do you mean? Why does anybody kidnap anybody? For a ransom, right? Yeah, I guess that makes sense too. Alright. Why your own home? How do you get kidnapped and imprisoned in your own home? That doesn't even make sense. That shouldn't even be possible. Why would somebody kidnap you only to take you back to your own home? Don't you think I want to know that too? I'm the victim here. What are you asking me for? How am I supposed to know? They locked me up in that box and they locked me up in here. I was scared. So scared. And did you happen to overhear anything your kidnappers might have said? I think one said, if you want to blame somebody, blame the guy who owns this house. If only he owned it. The owner of this house. That's your father, isn't it? It is? I guess it is, huh? Oh, I get it. The kidnappers are people who hated my dad. That's not it, at least not based on what else we know of the situation. But there was some kind of link between the kidnappers and Winter Sr. That could be a clue. Maybe this one? And every time I see Mind Chest pop up. And you know what? I probably read it and like realized that's what you meant. And then for some reason, just it didn't occur to me that that's what this was. Chess battle advanced. Does that imply that there's like a chess battle normal then? Do you have any idea what your kidnappers might have been? No, of course I don't. If I did, I would have told you already. Alright. Your captor wanted you easily at hand, and where could be more convenient than one's own home? I hate to break it to you, Eustace, but the kidnapping was ordered by your father. Oh, what? You don't think he wanted me out of the way? Think he was going to kill me? What good would that have done him? His own son dead in the family garage? He would instantly have become the prime suspect. You're right. Okay, so why did he have me kidnapped? Well, it wouldn't have been for a ransom, not his own son. That would make sense. So his motive for the kidnapping must have been something else. This could be an important clue. Do you have any idea why somebody might have wanted to kidnap you? What do you mean? Why does anybody kidnap anybody? Why would somebody kidnap their own child if they were planning on demanding a ransom? Yeah, who's gonna pay it, themselves? Yeah, that is kind of weird. Did anything odd happen during the kidnapping? No, I just answered their stupid question and then they grabbed me.
Their question? What did they ask you?
Stop glaring at me like that. What was it again? Oh yeah, they asked me if I knew Gavel.
Of course. Things are starting to fall into place now. Your father, his goal wasn't to kidnap you. He was out to kidnap Judge Gavel's son, Sean Fenn. Because he wanted to force her honor to declaring Warden Lagarde not guilty.
Wait, Gavel had a son? It was also Lagarde would be found not guilty?
I think you were mistaken for Sean, and that's why you were kidnapped.
What? You mean I went through all that by mistake? Wait, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, that would explain the part where...
Where what? Have you remembered something?
No, it's nothing. I'm nothing. I'm useless. Meaningless. Just go. Just leave me alone.
This isn't good. I think I pushed him as far as he can reasonably go. Oh, it's a lingo joke. Oh, okay, yeah, no, I remember now. To calm him down and get him to tell me what it is he just remembered. It figures that Eustace, of all people, would get accidentally kidnapped. Judging by his fragile demeanor, I'd say he's still suffering considerably. I need to help him get back on his feet. You remembered something just now. What was it?
I didn't remember anything. All I remember is him.
Him? Do you mean your father?
No, I didn't mean to bring him up. Oh, I'm nothing compared to him. I'd never have made Prosecutor if he didn't help me.
I've been wanting to ask about that for some time. Why did you become a prosecutor?
What do you mean? You think it too, don't you, that I wasn't meant to be one? That I'm not good enough? Say something, will you?
You chose this path. Why? You must have a reason.
It's not like that. There's no big reason behind it all. The reason is stupid and dumb and not important. Like I said, it's stupid. Probably doesn't mean much to anybody except me.
I've often felt much the same about my own reasons for becoming a prosecutor.
Really? You have? But you're a real one, a good one. A success. Even my dad, the chairman of the committee, said so.
You wanted your father's approval. I can well understand that.
You can? I thought if I became the best prosecutor out there, he'd finally accept me for who I am. I just wanted to not be useless.
You're not covering for your father in any way, are you?
No, I won't cover for him ever again. I mean, why would I after what he's done?
You have a strong desire to be of use to him, so he'll approve of you. Is that fair to say?
I mean, why can't I be just once? Just once in my stupid life. Why can't I make it better? Why can't I clean his name?
It isn't possible to clean a name, Eustace, but you can clear one.
Huh? I never knew that.
In your father's case, though, it's going to be hard. His crimes continue as your kidnapping shows. Knowing that, do you still think you can help him?
But what else do I have? What else am I supposed to do?
Why don't you be the better man and rise above the father who made a fool of you? Stare him straight in the eyes and stop him from committing any more crimes.
Hey, you're right. I'll prove him wrong about me. I'll prove him wrong about everything.
That seems to have calmed him down again. Now I just need to get him to tell me what happened to the evidence. Right, that's what we came here for. I completely forgot. Let's see if I can't give him the courage he'll need to stand up to his father. Key pieces of evidence from the Lagarde trial failed to make it to the courtroom. As a prosecutor in charge, they were in your responsibility. Did you misplace them somehow?
No, that's not what happened. You haven't heard my side of the story. I thought I was putting them in the safest place there was. But, oh, what did I do? What did I do? Oh, we need a clue. Okay. Okay, well, I'm probably not picking the bottom one. What's the connection between your father and Warden Lagarde? Sorry, I don't know much about that. You can't think of anything? Even the smallest morsel could be a valuable clue? And before, that's his mother. Oh, I think they maybe worked together once, and... And? What is it? What else have you remembered? I think she got the job at the prison because my dad recommended her. Interesting. And did he have any peculiar reason to recommend her? I guess he thought she was good at her job. Unlike me. I think they knew each other from back when he was the chief prosecutor. What was he like back then? Was he different at all? Oh, he was amazing. There wasn't a piece of evidence he didn't know, or a case file he hadn't read. An intimate knowledge of cases and the evidence pertaining to them. That could be an important clue. Maybe for this one? Alright, clue time. I think I know what you thought would be the safest place possible. With your father, isn't that correct? Ooh. He told me it'd be all safe with him. He said there was nowhere safer. Well, I'm afraid he betrayed your trust. And in the ugliest way possible, too. So he got rid of it? Why, Dad? What were you thinking? Your father wanted to obscure the truth in order to ensure that Warden Lagarde was declared innocent. There's no easy way to say this, Eustace. He used you. Are you sure you still want to clear your dad's name after that? There's a chance that the evidence is still in Chairman Winner's possession. And we still don't know where Sean is. We need to get back out there and find him. It's not my fault. What do I do now? I can't stand by and watch him like this. He's had a brutal collision with reality he never even knew existed. I should ask him what he means to do now. Perhaps I can even help him figure that out. There's no way around it. The road ahead will be a hard one. Maybe this is fate. And maybe my job is to point him in the right direction. So, what now, Eustace? Well, first I'm going to give this stupid jacket back. I don't deserve to wear it. My dad always said that clothes make you a man. But I'm no man. Imagine he just, like, took the jacket. Its clothes make the man, Eustace. It is? Thanks, Edgeworth. I'm learning a lot from you today. That's good to hear. Now about the jacket. Why don't we make you into a prosecutor worthy of it? Alright, let's do it. Let's make it so nobody ever makes fun of me again. But how? How do I get there? Tell me, what do I need to do? I just don't know. I'll need a clue if I'm going to pursue this line of questioning any further. Alright, try bottom one first? Do you mean to continue working as a prosecutor, Eustace? I don't even want to think about that yet. After all, I only became one because my dad. I probably shouldn't even think about carrying on, should I? The only person who can answer that question is you. Only you can decide what path you choose to walk. Then, I don't want to stop being a prosecutor. If I give up now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I just know it. So he intends to see this through. I'll bear that in mind. Probably a clue for this one. Even if he didn't say it. Oh, whoops, wrong button. Fuck.
I forgot which one this was. No, I didn't mean to ignore you. Almost feel bad for him. Yeah. Okay, try that again. What we mean to do now. Clothes make the man. By time. Okay, no, we need more clues for that. I guess this one then. Do you mean to be like your father? To continue to ignore the truth? Come on, give me a break, will you? Can't a guy get a glass of human kindness when he needs one? The milk of human kindness? Is that a real phrase? I've never heard that before. Are you talking about the milk of human kindness? I'm afraid that's not quite how that phrase is used. I've never even heard of that phrase. Huh? It's not? Listen, talking with you like this, it's helpful for me too. There was a time when there was truths I didn't want to face up to either. But a good friend taught me the error of my ways. That's nice, but I don't have anybody like that. If you could muster the courage to try and find your feet again, I'd be very happy to help. You would? But only if you really mean to try. I don't want to be like my dad. You want to be better than him, don't you? Yes, Eustace. I see it now. He's told me that he wishes to be better than his father, and that he wishes to remain a prosecutor. I take that to mean he wants to be a different kind of prosecutor than his father. It's the first important decision he's ever made for himself. It tells us where he means to go next. This one maybe now? Okay, by time, please. If only he'd remembered his own words from a few minutes ago. The decision he made should serve as a good guide to what he should do next. You want to remain a prosecutor, but walk a different path from your father, correct? It won't be easy, but the path you have chosen is that of the true prosecutor. And now that you have chosen it, when the time comes, you'll know exactly what to do. You're lucky. I myself still haven't quite decided what to do with my life. But you have. And it's a choice you made all on your own. Now all you have to do is believe in yourself, and in the path you've chosen. He's taken for Sean and kidnapped by his own father's underlings, and losing his belief in himself as a prosecutor after his father stole his evidence. He's been through so much in the span of a single day, more than I could imagine. Well, it took a little longer than I thought it would, but that's checkmate. Kid's crying in a corner over here, and all he can think about is how he won the game. Can't believe this, man. No! Wow, I don't think I've ever seen him move so fast. He's particularly speedy when it comes to running away from things, it seems. Kinda cool if he, like, showed up in a newer future game or something. You know, just like a couple year time jump, he becomes like a junior prosecutor. For real. Maybe he could be like the tutorial prosecutor or something. Phoenix can just wreck shit on him. I mean, I don't know if that'll happen or not. Something tells me it probably doesn't, but... Uh-oh. We only got 45 minutes. We don't have much time left. I think we'd better check in with Fender. He'll want an update on what we've discovered. We need to know what's going on over at the courthouse.
But Eustace ran off, right? Isn't he supposed to be the prosecutor in charge?
Just updating Fender. Nothing else will change. Francisca will continue for the prosecution.
Okay. Is that really alright, though?
It's going to have to be. Like you say, Eustace ran off.
be a stickler for the details, but let's just go over this one more time, shall we? No murder weapon means no conclusive proof means no conviction. That's all there is to it. That makes no sense. The lack of a murder weapon doesn't prove your client's innocence. Don't make me come over there and whip it into you. Eddie, darling, how much longer is this going to take? It's almost as if you're trying to drag out this for as long as possible. Sorry, thieves. It's our friend the prosecutor over there. She's stubborn as a freaking mule. Then give me a satisfactory explanation. Or I'll just have to keep whipping you until you come. Seriously? Already taking more licks than I've had birthdays. Come on, Miles. What's taking so long? Happy to buy you some time and all, but I'm taking a beating here. Hey, no cell phones in court. Oops. Sorry, G. This one's important. Mind if I take it? What do you mean, mind if you take it? You're in the middle of court. You can't just do that. Fine. That's not how this works. Fender. Nazareno, boy, am I ever glad to hear your voice. How are things at your end? We found Eustace. Sweet. And the knife and the chisel? Unfortunately, he entrusted both to his father's care, which means that Chairman Winner is the only person who knows where they are. Chairman Winner? But why would he? We're not quite sure of the specifics just yet, but we do know that Chairman Winner and Warden Lagarde have some sort of connection they'd rather others didn't know about. Gotcha. Alright. Guess the next move will be to get Excelsius Winner on the stand. Best to hear the deets from the proverbial horse's mouth, right? I'll keep looking for the missing evidence. And for Sean. Well, shake a leg, will you, big guy? Can't keep this one from going to the judges much longer. We're a gnat's whisker from a verdict here. Understood. I wonder how long Judge Cavell's nerve can hold. This can't be easy for her. We need to hurry. How are things over at the courtroom of doom? They're going to call Chairman Winner to the stand. Who knows how that will go for them? Yeah, he's already stooped to evidence stealing and kidnapping. What else is he capable of? Exactly. Perhaps we should look over any evidence we have relating to him just in case it might help. Good idea. Alright, leave it to me. Presenting a hot new piece of evidence fresh from the evidence oven. The gloves we found in his garage? Yes, I was thinking about those. Anything else? What about the case file from the I-7 incident? Chairman Winner was involved in that, right? Yes, he helped suppress the evidence. It's probably a good idea to have the notes on hand. How's that gonna be relevant? Excellent. And do we have anything else? We sure do. Last but far from least, there's this. Your Yatagarasu pin? Okay. As for evidence related to Chairman Winner, can you please try and take this seriously? Says the guy who spends his life presenting people with evidence that has nothing to do with anything. Hey. You know, I have things to say about that. But I'm not going to. That's different. Exactly. Wait, that's Eustace? Huh? Hey, what are you doing here? Oh. Rude, he totally ignored me. What's he doing in the big building, I wonder? Let's go inside and see if we can figure out what he was up to. Yes, good idea. Huh? The hatch is wide open. Maybe Eustace opened it. Did Eustace really come down here? Miss Edgeworth, look! The safe! It's open! I guess maybe he did come down here. We better take a closer look. Is that where the evidence is? Wait, how did he know the combination, though? There's some stuff left in the safe. I think we better take a look, don't you? The owner will just have to forgive our prying. Is it a document of some kind? Let's see. Yeah, a document. And there's a photo attached too. This picture. It's of... Whoa, that's Mr. Knight, right? Oh, is this all the evidence from the Knight case? Name's Bronco Knight. I'm the president's personal bodyguard. Why is there a picture of him in here? What's this paperwork about?
Not sure. Let's take a closer look. You are right, darling. There's some sort of connection between Knight and Canis. As you know, we've been trying to find out who Canis plays his silly correspondence chess games with. Well, now we know. I'll be pulling Knight into my office for a thorough grilling tomorrow. And I'll make that worm admit he's Canis's lackey if that's the last thing I do. So you do your bit too and retrieve the package we laid to rest 12 years ago. I'm sure it's still right in front of the planter where we left it. Seems to be some sort of report on Knight.
Yeah, and it must be from right around the time he was killed.
We know that Knight was killed while being interrogated in the prison warden's office. So that note must have been about her taking him in so that she could do it. I think we can safely assume that this document was written by Fifi Lagarde, don't you?
I'd say so.
But who is it written for?
Oh, I guess whoever owns the safe?
And I'd say that's likely to be the auctioneer, Excelsius Winner himself.
Proof that they really did know each other.
Indeed. And not only that, it proves another connection.
Huh?
Lagarde and Winner were trying to flesh out Mr. Canis's henchman.
Oh, you mean Bodhidharma Canis, right? The assassin guy with the soft spot for dogs?
Yes, something links the three of them. Something they don't want anybody to know.
But what?
I don't know yet, but I suspect it has something to do with this case. What else is in here?
Wait, there's something else we've seen before.
There's something on its finger.
Let's take a closer look, Mr. Edgeworth. It's a ring. An expensive looking one at that.
Don't even think about it, Kay.
What? I didn't say anything.
Well, well, Mr. Knight. Your chess set and your ring are here too. All your possessions in one place.
So basically the safe was full of evidence from the murder at the prison?
It would seem so.
Which means the missing knife and chisel might be here too. Knife, chisel... Knife, chisel... No dice. There's nothing else in here apart from Mr. Knight's stuff.
Did she check inside the chess set? Really? Curses. Knight may be dead. Curse you, Edgeworth. Our game isn't over yet. But he left unfinished business behind him. I think we need to find out what it was. I guess we can leave. Yo, cotton candy? I love cotton candy. I never would turn down cotton candy. I definitely didn't just say yesterday how cotton candy's fucking disgusting and I'd never want to eat it ever. I have ice cream too, but if I recall correctly, you weren't much of a fan. You! The killer! It's wonderful to see you looking so well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, what are you doing here?
It's just as I said. I'm selling cotton candy. Can I really not interest you in some? Parting Clouds, it's called. Very apt. Sweeter than death itself. And so delicious you'll feel you're parting the clouds en route to heaven. He's the last person on earth I'd accept candy from. I was hoping to ask you about my little message. Did you manage to figure it out yet? Congratulations on another case solved. Yet, I can't truly say it's been fully resolved, can you? Have you been watching us the whole time? Watching you? No, I prefer to think I've been watching over you. The stand here really is the most marvelous little vantage point. How are the two things any different? And what does he want with us? The president's murder. Was that you? Oh no, my contract elapsed a little while ago. He was rather famous among us assassins, you know. The man no one could kill, notoriously stubborn, despite multiple attempts over the years. And it wasn't just his brawn that kept him safe. He used bodyguards, body doubles, you name it. Certainly wasn't his brawn that kept him safe. Sadly, this time his bodyguards were nowhere to be found.
After Mr. Rock died to save him too.
Wait, what if this whole time this actually isn't the present? What if this actually was another body double? As I said, it wasn't me. I do not kill without good reason. Which is something else I have to be grateful to Mr. Rook for. Thanks to him, I avoided killing someone entirely unworthy of my attention. Thanks to... what does that mean? The person who hired me deliberately misled me as to the identity of my target. A betrayal of trust for which I won't soon forgive them. That is why I'm currently doing all I can to track them down. And do you know what I think? I think you and I are looking for the same person. Is he talking about whoever it was that killed the president? Who is this person, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, come now, I can't tell you that. It's against the rules. Revealing the identity of a client is out of the question. I'd hardly stay in business long if people couldn't trust me now, would I? But that doesn't mean there's anything to stop me from catching up with them in my free time.
And what are you gonna do when you find them?
Why, dish out a little justice for the betrayal I suffered, of course.
What? What are you saying? What's gonna happen to them?
I think you can imagine. Well, this hasn't exactly been a pleasant catch-up. Ah, but I shouldn't leave you completely in the dark. There's something you ought to know. Our mutual friend Bodhidharma Karnas. He escaped 3 days ago. What? Wow, New Warden's not doing his job very well. Three nights ago, to be precise, his cell was suddenly simply empty. Almost as if he knew I was coming to pay him a visit. Wait, the killer went to visit Karnas in prison? Does that mean he's the person the killer is looking for? Now I'd better not take up any more of your time. We'll be seeing one another again soon, I'm sure. Let's both keep up the good work, shall we? We'll run our target into the ground in the end. First the killer, now Karnas. Two assassins on the loose. Huh? That sound.
Mr. Edgeworth, it's Judge Gavel's cell phone.
Is that like the theme song for the Tarosaurus movies or something? That's definitely a new one. Could it be Sean? Whoever it is using a voice changer. Who is this?
It's your friend in the red raincoat, of course.
Red raincoat? You're the one who abducted Kay.
Bingo. Well figured out, Mr. Genius Prosecutor. I can't hear, Miss Edgeworth.
Sorry. Where's the speakerphone button?
I was surprised as anybody when she lost her memory like that. Talk about a curveball. Hey, I'm standing right here, you know. But never mind all that. I called to talk about something else. Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winner kill Little Miss Rosie Ringer.
What? This must be the person the killer was talking about.
I also called to say thank you.
I never want or need your thanks.
Sure, but you deserve them anyway. Guess the penny didn't drop yet, huh? You're right. I abducted Kay, as you put it. But why would I do that,
That's right. Because I need you to help me make sure that Winner got caught. If Kay was a suspect, you'd have to look into it. And if you looked into it, you'd be sure to unmask him eventually. After all, you're a genius, right? Everything worked out exactly like I planned. Oh, but there's something else you should know. Something you didn't figure out yet. It wasn't Winner who kidnapped Judge Cavell's boy. You. How do you know about that? You and the good judge are more similar than you know. I think you might even be becoming friends. After all, she visited you at the detention center, right? Seems pretty poly to me. How could they possibly know about that? She didn't even use her real name when she visited. She pretended to be Detective Gumshoe. Anyway, you want to know how I knew about the kidnapping? That's one's nice and simple, at least. Because sweet, innocent little Sean is here with me right now. No. Oh, sounds like that one is a real surprise. Ah, if only I could see your faces. Well, Kay, what do you say? Why didn't you come and steal him back? Just like you said you would. You wouldn't want the amazing Yatagarasu's first commission to be a failure, would you? They even know about that? How can they possibly know so much? Oh, don't get the wrong idea of dear old Excelsius, by the way. Papa Winner's still a villain through and through. He wanted to kidnap Sean. I just got there first. So there were 2 kidnapping plots? Oh, what a bunch of clowns. His goons kidnapped his own son by mistake. Sean really there with you? Prove it. Put him on the phone. Oh, he's here. I'm afraid I can't do that. He's sleeping. So sweet. Then why should we believe you? You might not be the kidnapper after all. It's one hell of a prank call. Look, if you don't want to believe me, that's up to you. What do you want? What's the end game here? Are you just trying to get Lagarde acquitted? Nope. I couldn't care less about whether they find her guilty or not. So whoever it is, they're not after the same thing as Chairman Winner. My endgame is going to have to stay a secret for now. Alright, nice talking to you. You kids have fun, okay? Don't think for 1 second you'll get away with this. Oh, don't worry, I'm counting on you at least trying to track me down. That'll be half the fun. Not that I rate your chances of bringing me to justice very highly. What was that? Who was that? Wish I knew, but they didn't give us enough to figure that out. Deliberately, I imagine. What? So we really have nothing to go on? That's not fair. They sure knew a whole lot about us. So Red Raincoat is the top of this chain of big brains that kidnapped Sean. Yep. Sounds like it anyways, but who that is, we don't really know for sure. All I know is that there was a Red Raincoat. I think there's a Red Raincoat on the scene during the first case. Way back at the start of the game. And that Red Raincoat has been showing up quite a bit ever since then. Now, it might be an easy thing to think that it's Canis. I don't know, something tells me it's probably a red herring. I don't think it's him on the other end of the phone. You're right. It was uncanny how much they seemed to know. How is it possible that they were party to so much that happened in private? You know what my theory is, and I really hate that this could be true? It might be Eddie. There's a slight possibility it's Eddie, because Eddie would know all of that information. Right? They knew everything about the whole kidnapping situation too. We need to figure out how. Where were they getting their information from? Let's consider this carefully. What were the things they knew? You and the good judge are more similar than you know. I think you might even be becoming friends. After all, she visited you at the detention center, right? Seems pretty pally to me.
You wouldn't want the amazing Yatagarasu's first commission to be a failure, would you?
You have two suspects for the person on the phone? Who do you think's on the other end? Who's your two suspects? And yeah, I think that bank could very well have been shooting the phone so they can't call back. It's a little drastic, but you know, it's 2019. You can't just take the battery out anymore, right?
Ooh, sounds like that one was a real surprise. Ah, if only I could see your faces.
That's it. Based on the specifics they mentioned, there's only one possible answer. Simeon or Regina? No! Why would it be them? I mean, they did kind of just show up and leave, right? I guess. Like, they showed up for all of 5 seconds, but how would they know some of this stuff? Well, I guess they were there when they announced, when those two announced that they were going to go and look for Sean. And then she said all that about the first commission and everything. I don't know, even so. I've got it, Kay. I know how they knew.
Huh? Really?
Whoever it was, they were... filming? Following? I mean, it has to be following, because a lot of that stuff was in private, right? Or listening in. Maybe someone was bugged? What if Kay is bugged? When she got the clothes back? That's possible, right? Looking for Sean, they immediately had an idea? Sus, yeah. I'm gonna say listening. They must have been able to hear us somehow. It's the only possible answer.
What? Like they were eavesdropping on us?
Think about what the kidnapper said. Ooh, sounds like that one was a real surprise. Ah, if only I could see your faces. If only I could see your faces. That means they couldn't. So they weren't filming or following us. I mean, all that means is they could just be taken at face value. And the fact that, like, they're on a phone, so obviously they can't see their faces at this particular moment. But, no, that's reasonable regardless.
Okay, so what? They hit a bug somewhere? Let me take a look at the stuff in my bag.
Where could they have concealed it? We need to go back to what they said again. Yes, they somehow knew about something they shouldn't have. Judge Gavel's impromptu visit and our conversation in the visitor's room. Well, Kay wasn't with him when he was being held in detention. So does that mean Gavel's bugged or Edgeworth is bugged? Judge Gavel.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a seat.
What evidence do I have on my person at that point? The bug must have been hidden here. What do you have on his person at that point? Was that the pin? It must be the pin. That's the only thing that he had on him at that point. Okay, can I take a closer look at your badge? I'm ready for him to, like, just yank it off of her scarf, throw it on the ground, and smash it. Just stomp on it.
Yatagarasu pin? No, it's mine.
What?
Seriously, Miss Edgeworth, sure you're a great thief's assistant now. That doesn't mean you get to wear the pin right away, you have to earn it.
I don't want to wear it, I want to check it for bugs.
Huh? This old thing?
Let's take a look, shall we? It's Kay. They put bugs in her. Where could it be? Can this back come off? Oh, it can. Uh-oh.
Huh? Whoa.
So I was right. Also in the room, Kay mentioned the commission. Wait, did they bug your badge and cave in? Yeah, I was thinking the badge, but then I remembered that he didn't have his badge when he was in detention. Because that was after he got stripped of it, right? Because that was all during case 4. So the only other person that could have been... I mean, it could be his badge too, though. That's right. Actually, no, it could be his badge because Kay wasn't with him at this time. And she also didn't have her clothes on during most of the last case. So the only other person that could have been, someone could have listened in is if it was on Edgeworth's badge. Which, it was a good thing that he abandoned it then.
How did you know?
Whoever it is we're dealing with, they came into close contact with you recently.
When they knocked me unconscious, you mean?
Precisely. Which made me think the bug must be in one of your possessions. But they also overheard my conversation with Judge Cavell when she visited me. Something that would have been impossible if it didn't have the bug on my person at the time. Oh right, he had the badge, yeah. It's only her badge, but he had it on him as evidence during that trial, or that case. So that makes sense.
I get it. So you thought back over what they let you keep hold of when they locked you up?
Yes, all the evidence I was carrying had been confiscated. Meaning the only thing they could possibly have been was your pin.
So they were listening to us this whole time, and they heard everything we said?
I suspect so. Everything to do with this case and more.
Wait, they're probably listening to what we're saying right now.
They may well be, yes.
Hey, jerkface.
Hey.
Eavesdropping coward. Why don't you come out and show yourself?
Huh? What was that sound?
Ow, 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 ouch, dang it.
Huh?
Oh, look, it's Tabby. Y'all sure know how to surprise a girl. You gotta shout that loud with a word of warning. Made me jump halfway out of my skin. Sorry. What you so ornery about anyhow? Get a load of this. Seriously, it'll make your blood boil. It will, huh? I'm all ears.
I wonder if we might be better off keeping it to ourselves, Kay? Assuming we don't want to be all over the front page of tomorrow's paper, that is.
Thanks. Nearly walked right into that. Oh, come on. You're no fun at all. I was counting on you opening up and spilling the beans over all over this here plaza.
I'd better switch off the bug before I forget.
So, did y'all find that there kidnapped kitty?
You know, for a split second, I thought the reason she fell wasn't because she was in the vicinity of us and heard Kay scream firsthand, but that she was listening through the bug. And that she was the kidnapper this whole time. Oh, that wouldn't have been something. Speaking of which, the child you saw being taken away. Was it the boy in this photograph?
Huh? Nah, that ain't him. The kid I saw looked dumber in mud, even if he did have some on fancy school uniform. No prizes for guessing who she means.
So Miss Lloyd managed to confuse matters once again. I think we better take another look around. Back to square one. Hopefully we'll turn up some new information soon. Only 20 minutes left until 2? Are we going to make it in time?
Wait, Miss Edgeworth, I just had a thought. It's about that phone call. There's a weird noise in the background, right?
There was? Don't think for 1 second you'll get away with this.
Oh, don't worry. I'm counting on you at least trying to track me down. That'll be half the fun. Not that I rate your chances of bringing me to justice particularly high.
Yeah, the bang. Wait, she's right. We heard a loud bang right at the end. Could that provide a hint as to the kidnapper's location?
Huh? Uh-huh. A loud bang, you say? I see.
Gah! Will you stop eavesdropping?
Oh, you never get any cuddlier, do you, Ruffles?
Guess I'll need to speak with Miss Lloyd too, much as I don't want to. And we'll start with that.
How about that? Little help from little old me and you all make a giant leap closer to solving the case. Closer? Yeah, sure, if by closer you mean we wound up going after the completely wrong kidnap victim.
She must have been barely looked at the photo at all.
Ah, really? Here I thought we'd given y'all the tip of the century. My bad.
It's not your fault, it's ours for putting our trust in unreliable sources. We'll just have to learn to not do that again.
Hey, that ain't nice. I'm gonna give y'all no tips now at all, you know? I won't. Not if you're gonna be like that. Alright, fine. Maybe just this one. But only cause I got a real scoop for y'all this time.
I like the idea that we're upset about finding Eustace at all. Like, if she just never led us to Eustace, no one would have cared. No one would have been none the wiser. Like, we're not even thanking her for helping rescue Eustace. That just does not matter to Edgeworth at all. Fine. I'm not expecting much, but you've got my attention. What is this scoop of yours?
Proof is what? Proof that Tyrannosaurus is real.
Alright. Okay, we're leaving.
Wait. I ain't lying, I swear. Sure, it's hard to believe, but it's true.
We don't have time for this. We also don't have much else to go on, I suppose. Proof? What kind of proof? Did you capture something on your tape recorder, perhaps?
Ooh, you're good, Ruffles. Sharper than a gosh dang tack. I captured the sound of that big old beastie breathing fire is what I captured.
I was hoping for something a little better than that.
Hey, don't make fun of that. Don't make that face, dang it. I ain't lying. Listen to yourself and tell me it ain't true. Alright, ready? It's fire breathing time, dag nabbit. Gah! There. Well, that's just static. Kinda hard to tell with all the shouting, but could have been something breathing fire. Maybe?
And tell me, Miss Lloyd, did you see this fire-breathing something with your own eyes?
Well, not exactly with my eyes as such. Being as how it wasn't precisely close by when it happened.
Surely the real Tyrannosaurus would be pretty hard to miss no matter how far away you were standing.
Well, see, I was far away, but also I recorded via what you might call non-standard means.
Would you mind explaining what you mean by that?
Nah, I really dug myself a hole here, huh?
You better explain. That's a little suspicious sounding.
See, I could have rigged up me a little wireless intercept, hoping to do a little scoop detecting. That's so sad. Poor insect.
Not an insect, Kay, an intercept. She was listening out for radio signals. Would have allowed her to listen in on any nearby transmissions.
Me and the chief been down here at the big building sniffing around these last couple days.
Looking to Miss Hart's tip about the underground auction, I assume? Which would mean that you've been listening in on all the radio signals in the area too.
Sure have. Which is how I went out up here in the most thunderous ear-splitting noise you ever did hear. Pounding of feet, electricity in the air. This was it. The Tyrannosaurus, at last. You made up everything except the roaring sound, didn't you?
The long and short of it is that you didn't actually see anything, correct?
Hey, I don't need to see things. I'm already here. Anyhow, I keep listening till the line comes. Your pal there's voice, hollering a fit to beat the band.
Ooh. Anything else you've been intercepting then?
Eavesdropping coward. Why don't you come out and show yourself?
So I guess she did kind of hear it through the bug after all. Huh? What was that sound? Our apologies for that. I'm sure Kay didn't mean to bowl you over with her little outburst. I assume it was as shocking as it was because you didn't hear it directly. It came through your headphones while you were listening to the signal from the bug, didn't you?
What? Are you saying she planted it? Hey, come on now, I ain't no bugging. I just... a little light-hearted intercepting is all.
Sounds just as illegal, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Would you mind if we borrowed the tape of what you recorded, Miss Lloyd?
Know what you dang well, please.
Oh, look who it is. The kidnappers. Mr. Saint, Miss Berry. Was it Edgeworth on the ground there? Wait, what the fuck was going on down there?
How's the search going? Did you find him? Not yet. Poor Sean. Sean? Oh, nothing. Just a slip of the tongue.
Guess they still don't know about the kidnapping. We did manage to find Eustace, yes.
You did? Oh, that's great. Oh, thanks so much. Now maybe they won't arrest me again.
I don't know, maybe if they get really desperate, they might still. Oh, I can move. Oh, what's going on over here?
Stop, Gummy. Why are you running away from us?
Detective Gumshoe. When you gave up your badge, sir, I didn't know what to do with myself. You stay right where you are, detective. So I thought, if you weren't gonna be a prosecutor anymore, then maybe I shouldn't be a detective either. But I was wrong. Even if you're not around, I'll always be a detective. My job will always be to investigate crimes. And us detectives don't just investigate when prosecutors ask us to. We have to be able to look into stuff ourselves too.
Isn't that what you were doing just now?
And back then, too.
You should thank your former subordinate for what I'm about to share. In his desperation to help Kay Faraday, he gave me a valuable piece of information.
Detective Gumshoe did that? So Rosie Ringner's autopsy report. When I went down to the detention center to see how Kay was doing, When you get to my level, you don't uncover the truth. You make it, little by little. Kay Faraday, murder. That's the truth. The truth I created. Yes, my boys, that's what I like to see. You overheard that? Yeah, so I went back and looked over the evidence. Dug out a little something I thought might help.
No way, Gummy, you're the best. I'd be in prison right now if it wasn't for you.
My pleasure, kid. Good to see you got your memory back, by the way.
Thanks.
So anyway, like I said, I'm investigating stuff for myself these days. And, that's that.
Wait, Gummy, don't run off again. We get it, you can look into stuff for yourself now. That's great. And it helped me right when I needed it most.
But right now, we need you to work with us. I'm no longer a prosecutor, or indeed an anything. We're investigating the case regardless. And I ask you this not as a prosecutor, but as a friend. Detective Gumshoe, will you help us? Oh shit. Actually asking for his help. I can't believe this. Oh, stop it, sir. You're killing me here.
Come on, Gummy.
Alright, I'll do it. Just stop bowing and being nice to me, okay? It's weird.
Gummy!
Thank you, detective. So what do you need? Can you tell us what you've discovered in the course of your investigations, detective? Yes, sir. Sure I can. Alright. So I got 3 big things to tell you. Here goes. Number 1. I've got some results for you from when forensics looked at Kay's clothes. They found traces of what looked to be a powerful sedative. Brand was, 3 Zs. I guess that would explain what she was drugged with at Gourd Lake before she was taken to the roof of the big building. Just seems that way. And now for number 2. I got hold of all the footage from that security camera in front of the big building elevator. Camera that captured President Wang and Judge Cavell that night. The elevator is usually the only way up of getting up onto the roof, correct? And therefore anyone using it should have been caught on camera. Yeah, that's right. So winding the tape back to 2 nights ago, we should have been able to see Kay being carried up there while she was out cold.
And? Did you spot me, Gummy?
I watched it all and fast forward. Everything from 2 days ago till the end. Yes, and? And nothing. No sign of Kay anywhere. Thought it was too good to be true. So how did the kidnapper get her up there? I think we'll need to look into that in a little more detail. And the last item on your list? Yes, sir. This is the big one. The third thing I have to tell you is, it's great to be working with you again. I'll help you catch this pup. It's the last thing I do. And that about wraps it up. I put you through a lot, detective. But that doesn't mean I can start going easy on you. That's the big one, as you put it. Doesn't even have anything to do with the case. Would have preferred something of practical use. Oh, no mercy, huh? I guess I shouldn't have expected anything less. Thanks, Miss Edgeworth. Possibly same drug they used on Sean. Oh, very likely. I mean, they had to probably drug him somehow. Maybe it's something that they use on Eustace, too. I mean, he was kind of awake, but I think he was probably just... If anything, he was probably just waking up from whatever they put him to sleep with. A boy's been kidnapped. We need your help to find him. Kidnapped? Yes. His name is Sean Fenn. Oh, wait. The kid with the horns? You know him? I saw him earlier today. Do you mean this morning? Yeah, he got off that bus over there. And then, he walked over to the garbage disposal area. Where's that? Just over there. It's, where all the officers in the big building put their trash before it gets taken away. And where you went after that, I couldn't tell you. I had to leave right around then. I think we'd better go take a closer look at this garbage disposal area. Can we go there now? So Sean walked off in this direction, huh? It would seem so, yes. Perhaps we'll find some clues here as his current whereabouts. Oh, do we have to open the door first? Milk! This milk carton. That's the same brand Sean drinks. Something happened to him here, I'm almost certain of it. So they keep it locked up tight, huh? I guess they don't want any non-residents disposing of their trash here. Or, you know, people coming and taking the trash. Trash is collected at 11 AM. I guess that's why the enclosure is empty. There was a ton of stuff here earlier, big stuff too. Today must be the day they took the big stuff away. Yeah, it sure looked that way. I'll bet the big squisher machine squished it all up good anyhow. They don't do that with the larger items. They just take them away as they are. They do, huh? How do you even know that, sir? Wait, Mr. Fender's pretty keen for you to join him, right? I'll bet he sent you some kind of pamphlet on how to throw your stuff away for when you move office. You're spookily insightful sometimes, Kay, but only sometimes. Based on what we've seen and what Detective Gumshoe told us, I think there's a strong possibility that Sean was abducted from the garbage disposal area. Yeah, it's kinda out of the way for prying eyes, huh? But why would Sean even come here in the first place? I imagine he must have had something to dispose of. But the truck's already come and gone. Guess we'll never know what that something was now. When did he get kidnapped again? Do we know that? Because maybe he went over here before the garbage came. It's totally empty. Yes, because the garbage was just collected. You think? Or did somebody steal it all? I smell a crime here, Miss Edgeworth. I certainly smell something as well. Was it really the scent of a crime? Well, if the crime is garbage, then, yeah. Oh, it's just the same thing. Yeah, okay. Alright, is it logic time? I think we've picked up a few. Maybe? So is Sean at the dump? Ooh, maybe. Only 2 vehicles came through here this morning. The taxi and a blue truck. And Eustace was taken away in the taxi. Right. Well, it seems that Sean was likely abducted from the garbage disposal area. If the garbage was collected at 11 AM... Oh, I get it. Now we know what kind of truck it was. Indeed. It must have been the garbage truck. But the police officer who told us about it didn't describe it as such. He only mentioned the fact that it was blue. Some cop he was. How did he not even notice it was one of those cool trash squishing machines? Because it wasn't. Today isn't regular garbage day. It's the day they collect larger items. For which they wouldn't use a specialized garbage truck, just a regular truck like any other. But it was a garbage truck nonetheless. And where do garbage trucks go? To the dump, right? Wait a second. So you're saying the kidnapper disguised themselves as a trash collector? But then, the truck would probably have been fake too, right? So maybe it didn't go to the dump. No. I'm reasonably certain the garbage truck was real.
Yeah? How do you figure that?
Another look at the garbage disposal area should tell us. What tells us that the garbage truck must have been real?
Take that!
I mean, if it was fake, he wouldn't have the key. And that lock would definitely be broken then. The garbage disposal area is kept locked.
Oh yeah! It's only a real garbage collector and a real garbage truck could have opened it.
Precisely. The garbage truck couldn't have been a fake. Perhaps whoever abducted Sean put him in a large cardboard box that they prepared for the job. The cardboard box. I don't know, something about like kidnapping someone and just stuffing them in a cardboard box just sounds really funny to me. Like what? Just some random cardboard box you found on the road. It's like, yeah, this is perfect for my kidnapping. Can't even afford a real trunk. Now mix that in amongst all the other oversized items.
And the garbage collector would have taken it away, no questions asked.
Exactly. Allowing the kidnapper to await the truck's arrival in the garbage processing facility. They could then claim to have thrown the box away by mistake and collect it without incident.
Alright, so where do they take the garbage after it leaves here? Let's see. Looks like we have two possibilities.
But which of the garbage processing facilities was Sean taken to? Have we found anything that might serve as a clue? I'm telling you, they locked him up in a grate, and they're slowly filling it with water. That's probably what's happening. Loud bang in the background of the kidnapper's call. Maybe the kidnapper's at the garbage dump now. No, okay. Unfortunate. Maybe we need more clues. I don't think the... I don't think this has anything to do with it. I think we need another clue. Oh, we already talked to him. This one have anything new? Nope. Powers, you have anything new? Mr. Powers, can I ask you a somewhat impertinent question? Sure. What is it? Are they planning on making any more Steel Samurai? Sorry. Does this have something to do with your case? No, I was simply asking out of interest. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but they don't let us talk about this stuff with just anybody. I'm sorry to have put you on the spot. Knew it was a long shot. Oh well. But he didn't say they weren't planning on making anything new. Interesting. But he also didn't say that they weren't planning on making anything new. Oh, I guess we should talk to new people.
You're amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. How'd you find Prosecutor Winner? With some serious investigative magic, that's how.
It was pure luck, actually, but never mind.
You didn't even need our help, huh? That's not true. Oh, thanks so much for joining in the search. Where did you look, by the way? Oh, this place a little way called Sunshine Coliseum. Do you know it?
Sunshine Coliseum. That's over by the harbor.
There was a whole bunch of people there for a big event. And we thought it might be worth a look. You mean like a festival? Oh, that sounds fun. Wish I could have gone and checked it out. Oh yeah, it was super fun. There were food stands and fireworks.
$100 says those food stands are not directly translated. Those are just like completely made up.
Simon didn't like the crowds much, but hey, you don't have to tell them that. Alright, it's decided. When this case is finally over, we're all going to the festival together.
That gives me an idea.
It's kinda lucky you found Prosecutor Winner so quickly.
Lucky? In what way?
We have to go practice soon, for the show. We wouldn't have been able to help for much longer anyway.
I see. I'm sorry to have kept you from your duties at the circus.
Oh no, it's nothing to worry about really. We were glad to help. I'll do anything if it makes sure that they don't arrest me again. You really helped me out by finding him. I'm so relieved. Of course, just because they found him, that doesn't mean they'll find Warden Lagarde guilty. What? You mean they might still throw me back in jail? Oh, no, I can't go back, I can't. Come on, Kay. Do you really have to torment the poor boy? How are you, Regina? Me and all my friends went out looking. But you beat us to it. No fair. Your friends? I guess she means the animals. Today's the first public performance of your new show, correct? Yep, sure is. We've practiced so hard for this one. So Mr. Saint will be performing too? Of course, he practiced harder than anybody. Even if he did spend the whole time saying no. He even went up to the balloon to spread the word from the sky. So you have to come and see him perform, okay? It will mean so much to him. Of course, assuming we can solve this case before then. Did you say that you enlisted the help of the animals in your search? Yep, and if it had been a Zayan region, we might have found something. But Simeon, the big scaredy cat, was all no, and put a stop to that. So boring. If it weren't for Mr. Saint, the whole town would have probably been in uproar right now. Oh, come on, Simeon, why would you do that? Setting the whole circus loose on the sea would have been super fun. I'm sorry. To you too, Miss Edgeworth. Sorry. Are you apologizing to me? I'm the one person who didn't say anything. If anything, he was saying the opposite. Alright, so we got another piece of logic here. I have a good idea about. Mr. Saint, you mentioned fireworks before. Huh? Fireworks? Yes, at the event at the Coliseum. Were they setting them off during the daylight hours? Oh yeah, a bunch went off while we were there. What are you thinking, Miss Edgeworth? A loud bang we heard. What if that was a firework? Huh. Don't think for 1 second you'll get away with this. Oh, don't worry. I'm counting you at least trying to track me down. That'll be half the fun. Not that I rate your chances of bringing me to justice particularly high. But why are they setting off fireworks during the day? That seems like a waste. Now I seen a watch I can confirm it's used in another game. Oh, is it actually? That's sick. Wait, is that a festival that exists at the Coliseum in a different game? Is that in Apollo Justice, or is that like a game after this game came out? I'm curious which game it was introduced in first. For the bang to be clearly audible over the telephone, it must have been pretty loud. Which means fireworks, which means the Coliseum. So the kidnapper was near there, right? But how near? If the fireworks were that loud, you could probably hear them from pretty far away. Yes, the area we'd need to search would be too broad to even consider doing it ourselves. But if the police were to lend a hand... So, based on the loud bang we heard on the phone call, we know that the kidnapper was somewhere in the vicinity of Sunshine Coliseum. And one of the garbage facilities is right by there too. Oh, it's a stadium in Apollo. Oh, okay. So I guess we'll be seeing it again real soon then. I think it's likely that's where Sean was taken, which means the kidnapper must be holding him somewhere near there. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Could I ask you and your men to search the area around the garbage facility? It's not like you to ask, sir. Feels a little, flat, if I'm being totally honest. Why don't you give me a good old-fashioned order, huh? I like you used to. You don't mind? Even though I'm not a prosecutor anymore? I thought I told you already. A detective investigates for himself, not just for prosecutors. Thank you. Miss Edgeworth, we're almost out of time. Right, we need to hurry. I doubt Judge Cavell and the others can hold out much longer. I'm counting on you, Detective Gumshoe. I won't let you down, sir. It won't be an official search, but I'll put my best guys on it. You can count on that. I'm coming too, Gummy. Promise I'd snatch Sean from the jaws of danger, and that's just what I'm gonna do. I'll head back to the courthouse. Who knows? May be able to drag proceedings out just a little longer. Alright, with me everybody. Even in the depths of night.
Yeah, it's already striking 2. There's no moment to lose. Yes, sir.
But I didn't finish. Now the bird dares to take fight.
What are you doing breaking in here?
Well, well. If it isn't our old friend, ex-prosecutor Edgeworth. Hello, dear boy.
Celsius winner?
The accused will turn and face the prosecution. I'm not done with you yet.
I already told you, Franziska. It doesn't make sense. Why would I help her? I feel for her, of course. A woman in her prime sent to prison? It's enough to make a grown man cry. But to suppress evidence in order to keep her out of a jail cell? No, that's preposterous.
But we have a statement from your own son. He says he entrusted the evidence to your care.
I'm afraid I don't know what he's talking about. Or why he'd say such a thing. I don't know what's gotten into him lately.
Well, you can't just do that. I know old habits die hard, but you can't just go climb behind the stand, vault over the rope, and take over.
What if I could prove that you and Warden Lagarde are much more closely associated than you claim?
I'm sorry, prove? I think we've been over this, dear boy. You're an ex-prosecutor, remember? Are you even allowed to be in this part of the courtroom anymore?
Max Edgeworth, I'm the one prosecuting this case. What are you thinking barging in like this?
I'm sorry, Franziska, but it's important. May I speak on behalf of the prosecution just briefly?
What are you doing?
Judge Gavel, I come before the court with important new evidence. I ask that you allow me to present it.
Oh, have you lost your mind, dear boy? There's no way this can be allowed. Well, the defense hopes you'll let him G. Just saying. What's the thinking over on the prosecution side there, friend Dango?
Fine. The prosecution has no objections.
Your objections are neither here nor there. This isn't a democracy. It's a courtroom.
Hey, you're not on either side of the bench. You shut up. The witness doesn't get to make a choice.
And this is flagrant contempt. Isn't that right, Verity?
No. As long as Sean's still missing, she'll feel she has no choice but to go along with whatever Winner wants. If only there was some way of telling her he might be found at any moment. Judge Gavel, I would only ask this, that you trust in me and in my assistant. Just this once.
Speaking of which, where is Kay Faraday?
She's currently searching for the most important piece of evidence of all.
Nonsense! There's no more evidence to be found. You're just stalling for time. Most important piece of evidence of all, eh? Hey, gee. I don't know what this evidence is, but maybe we should trust Miles' little pal. What do you say? I mean, I say little pal, but she's way more than that. She's the one and only great thief Yadagrasu.
It seems Fender has sensed what I'm getting at least. Judge Gavel, the evidence I'm talking about, we're almost certain we know where it is. Kay's only moments away from snatching it from the jaws of danger.
Very well. This is highly irregular, but I will allow it.
You have my thanks.
You've all gone completely mad.
You said you had important new evidence. Evidence of what, exactly?
Just what I said. That Warden Lagarde and Chairman Winner are far better acquainted than he claims. Allow me to present it to you. What proves the link between Excelsius Winner and Fifi Lagarde? Oh shit, we actually get to do a trial as Edgeworth? This is kind of sick. Where is it? It's this, right? I think. I can't remember what it was. Yeah.
Take that!
This document is a report regarding the interrogation of a certain someone.
Oh yeah? And who might that be?
The late Mr. Bronco Knight. The interrogation was to be carried out by none other than Warden Lagarde.
Wait, is that the interrogation where...
Yes, where Knight was killed. This document shows Warden Lagarde planning the interrogation in which Mr. Knight was murdered.
This is indeed important evidence. Miles Edgeworth, you referred to the document in question as a report. Would you care to elaborate? To whom was this report addressed?
A very good question, Miss Von Karma. And the answer is the most important new revelation of all. We recovered this document from a safe in the storeroom on the 51st floor of the big building.
That's the storeroom where the lots for the underground auction were kept.
It is. An auction, if you recall, that was presided over by one Excelsius winner. And that is to whom the report in question was addressed. Do you still mean to insist that you and Warden Lagarde barely know one another?
I'll refrain from commenting on that matter for the moment, if you don't mind.
What?
I don't believe that it's been conclusively proven that I was the auctioneer yet, has it?
Have you forgotten the events of this morning already? I think I proved that fact more than adequately.
I'll admit defeat in that particular arena, yes. But that was not the courtroom. Can you prove the same thing here, my boy? That I was the ringleader, did you call it? If you can't, then, well, you certainly can't prove that the report was addressed to me.
You won't wriggle your way out of this one.
So unfair. Tell him, Verity, please. I'm not being slippery at all. I'm being entirely reasonable, wouldn't you say? Unlike you when you permitted Mr. Edgeworth this bizarre interlude. That was most unlike you. It's saddening, truly it is, to see you failing in your sacred duty to the law. Almost saddening enough to make me want to take drastic measures.
You're right, of course. Until a fact has been adequately proven in the courtroom, it cannot truly be considered a fact.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up that he got his wig back. I was trying to actually remember. Wait, did we burn his wig at the end of the last one? And we did. So where did does he just have these lying around in his house? Does he just have a pile of them just in case? I mean, he's a bit of a pyromaniac, clearly. Probably burns his beard wig all the time.
I'm afraid I have no choice but to ask that Mr. Edgeworth's theory be struck from the record.
It's no good. Just to know for certain that Sean is safe.
I'm sorry, my boy, but what counts as a truth out in the field and in the courtroom are two different things.
And you're more than willing to bend the truth in the courtroom? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, you're a scurrilous little soul. I'll simply accept the court's verdict as the truth. Should they choose to acquit me, as should you.
If we can't find that missing evidence, we're in trouble here.
Well, Verity, I think we've heard enough heard about all we need to, don't you? There's no way that evidence is turning up. Never. A quick not guilty and we can all go home.
Objection!
Who said that?
Look who came by. Dad?
Eustace. What are you doing here?
Mr. Winner, what is the meaning of this? And where have you been? You can't just abandon your duties like that.
I'm sorry,
You're unfit to be a prosecutor. You're a complete and utter disgrace.
Why, Eustace? Why can't you not get it into your head? This is no place for an incompetent fool like you.
Dad, I brought some vital evidence. Where have we heard that before? So, can I please, take my place at the prosecutor's bench? Pretty please? Well, well, Eustace. This is certainly a surprise.
Objection.
Oh, Eustace, my boy. What's gotten into you? There's something different about you. What's going on?
Dad,
Come on, my boy. Spit it out. What is it? Do you want Daddy to play catch with you? That's it, isn't it? Alright. Why don't you run along home, and I'll be with you soon.
Get back on the stand right now.
What's gotten into you, child? You're shaking like a leaf.
Objection.
Judge Gavel, the prosecutor in charge has arrived along with important new evidence. This trial is far from over. Surely you can't call an end to proceedings just yet.
No objections from team defense. Only wish we could have our original team captain say their self, though.
The prosecution has no objections either.
You think this farce is going to continue? There's no chance of that. None at all. Isn't that right, Verity?
He still thinks he was successful in his bid to kidnap Sean. But we know different. Sadly, as long as the boy remains missing, nothing changes. Judge Gavel's hands are still tied.
That sound!
That's her cell phone. Huh? Mine is also ringing. Whoa, I'm getting a call too. But what the fuck? How are they all getting calls? And in court, no less. Damn it, people. Mr. Edgewood.
Mr. Fender!
They found him. We found Sean.
We found Sean!
Detective, you did it. The most important piece of evidence of all, huh? That's some stellar work. You great thief this.
Thanks. We just thought you should know right away. See y'all soon!
I like that even his phone is cow themed. Oh, someone else is getting a call. Judge Gavel, it's for you. Oh, you're gonna make her answer it? Damn.
Hello? Yes. Yes, I understand. I'm so glad you're safe. Be sure to thank everybody properly. You'll do that for me, won't you? Alright. Be careful. I'll see you back at home. The proceedings will continue. I feel a certain freedom returning to my hammer arm.
Oh.
No. How? Is this some idiotic joke?
It is no such thing. The winners will return to the stand, and Mr. Winner will step up to the prosecutor's bench.
Yes, ma'am.
Eustace Winner,
Yeah?
I leave matters in your hands.
Huh?
Facing down your own father, this won't be easy. I'll be looking on with interest. Don't disappoint me.
Do I smell someone getting a new apprentice at some point here?
Very well. Is the prosecution ready to proceed? Mr. Winner, you mentioned some evidence that you wish to present to the court.
Yeah, so, the knife and the chisel.
Whoa, you tracked down the missing murder majigs?
Kay calls Fender, Gumshoe calls Edgeworth, and her son calls Mom. All in the middle of court, mind you. None of these people have good etiquette when it comes to court proceedings. You're not supposed to have your phone on. That gets you tossed out of court, and you don't get to come back in.
Well, Mr. Winner, did you?
About that, No, I couldn't find them. I searched everywhere. Everywhere. But I was too late. Too late?
How so?
I remembered something. I saw Dad in the garage this morning. He was carrying something wrapped in newspaper. Where are you going, Dad?
Oh, Eustace. I was, just on my way to sort some trash.
Then I heard this tinkling sound.
Tinkling, huh? Let me guess.
The bell for Mr. Connors' chisel.
You mean to tell the court that you believe the witness disposed of the evidence?
I tried. I tried my best, but I was too late. I'm sorry.
Said you looked everywhere. Everywhere where?
Literally everywhere. I even went to the dump. Oh my god. That's a scene right there. I got on my hands and knees and dug through the garbage. I figured that stuff had to be in there somewhere. Wait, that's Eustace.
Hey, what are you doing here? Rude. He totally ignored me.
It's okay in Japan. Yeah, it's okay in future Japan, where court lasts 3 days and happens immediately after a case has been concluded, or an investigation has been concluded. They're allowed to have parrots, cell phones going off, people running in, vaulting over the bench. It's all fine. It's fine here. That's what he was doing. And he even went so far as to search the dump. But, all I found was this.
And this is... a little pungent for one thing.
1 second.
Yeah, and you're a little on the ripe side yourself, kiddo. I can smell you from here.
What do you expect? And the knife? It's probably somewhere among all that trash. But there was too much to go through on my own.
Very well. The court will accept the item you have presented into evidence.
You really have outdone yourself, Eustace. You'll never fail to disappoint, dear boy. You dug through rotting garbage with your bare hands, and that's all you have to show for it? Ha! Ah, you drive me to tears. Really, you do.
Objection!
Might be a little soon to turn on the waterworks just yet, Dad. Let's take a closer look first. If you wish to waste your time, be my guest. Hey, Eustace, Miles, do this devastatingly handsome old defensitarian favor, will you? Hit this guy full in the face with the truth.
Seems Fender's on board. Good. Then let's see if we can't find an opening. Mr. Winner, could you show me the piece of evidence you found? Sure. Let's open it up, shall we? We can only hope there's something of value inside. The bell! Could this be the bell that was on Mr. Connors' chisel? Perhaps there's some trace evidence that can prove one way or the other. It's no good. Look at it. It's spotless.
Well, Mr. Winner?
Do tell. Was there anything interesting inside your little scrap of paper? Of course there wasn't. Why would there be? Why was it even accepted into evidence? It's literally a piece of trash. Sorry, gentlemen, but the truth hurts.
Eustace's efforts for nothing? It's true the bell may not be of much use to us as evidence. Nonetheless. Come on, Edgeworth, we can't give up yet.
As calm and collected as ever, I see. Unlike my poor idiot son there.
Are we to assume that prosecution has nothing more to say on the matter? Very well.
Objection!
Not so fast, Gavel. We're not done yet. There's one thing we still haven't looked at properly.
Really, my boy? You want us to believe there's more? Desperation is never a good look, you know.
Seems Eustace isn't quite ready to give up just yet. And for once, I think we're both thinking the same thing. Namely, that we might not necessarily be dealing with a useless piece of trash. We can't know for sure without looking more closely, but I'm right. We're talking about... I mean, the bell, right? We need to take a closer look at the bell. What are you talking about, Edgeworth? I told you, there's nothing on the bell. Oh, did the bell get, like, melted and all the designs got melted off? Fuck. Unfortunate. I didn't... I'll ring the bell. If it's the unique sound, says bell. Oh, true, right. I forgot it had a unique sound, too. I remember there being, like, unique markings on it. But I forgot about the unique sound. Oh wait, no, it's just the bell. So it needs to be... the newspaper? I'm talking about the piece of newspaper that the bell was wrapped in. Seems to really we're thinking the same thing. Ah, it's beautiful. Really it is. Yeah, jokingly so. Some might call it heroic optimism. Some might call it clutching at straws. But whatever one calls it, to put all one's faith in a worthless piece of garbage, that takes belief. Let's take a closer look and see if it's as worthless as you say, shall we? Eustace, you'd be so kind. Ooh, that looks pretty interesting. Are these finger marks? I am kind of surprised that it didn't, like, go after the sound. Because, yeah, you're right. There was a unique sound to the bell and unique markings. So even if the unique markings got, like, melted off or something, if the bell still looked pretty intact. Maybe it was still good enough to make the unique sound. But they didn't even, like, bring that up. And look, it's covered in some sort of oil. Judge Cavell, I'd like to have this examined for fingerprints. Could I request that you call on somebody from forensics?
Very well.
Summon a technician right away. Nah, that could be anybody's gloves. That may not be his gloves. I have the results, Your Honor. It's been confirmed that these are finger marks. Unfortunately, it looks like they're made by somebody wearing gloves. No!
Oh dear. Well, that doesn't give you very much in the way of evidence, does it? But I suppose it makes sense if you think about it. After all, this was important evidence. And what kind of idiot would handle something like that without gloves on? Oh, that's right. The kind that would flail about desperately like you, my boy. Wow, way to talk to your own kids, Super Dad. I'm merely calling a spade, or in this case, an idiot, an idiot. Real winners know how to keep their emotions out of things. And take no pity on the weak and the foolish, including their own ineffective offspring. Dad, you spent the last who knows how long proclaiming yourself to be a prize-winning prosecutor. But thanks to my little pep talk this morning, you'll finally know how those prizes were won. It was all thanks to me. Thanks to the power I wield. You have never stood on your own 2 feet. You've always been coddled, first by me, then by Verity. Dad! I'll dry your garbage-smelling tears. Garbage-smelling? Not that it's a stench that doesn't suit you, even if it does make me turn up my nose in disgust.
Objection!
No, you're wrong.
I am, my boy. Wrong about what?
I am not the one who smells. You are. Really? That's your best comeback? You need to work on your comebacks, kid. You're never gonna make lawyer.
What did you say?
Yeah, you smell, and you don't even realize it. You couldn't hide it even if you wanted to. Edgeworth, take a sniff. Right there where the finger marks are. You want me to smell it? Is that oil? Yup, and I know where it came from. Wait, I know from somewhere too. Smells of engine oil in here. I guess Winter Senior must be something of a motorhead. That odor tells us something important. It tells us exactly who threw out this piece of evidence away. But I guess my dad's right. I guess I'll never be a real winner. I'll never be able to keep my emotions out of things. And I'll never be able to stand up to him, no matter what he's done. Eustace. Be strong, Eustace. Remember what you told me. You said you were going to be different from your father. A different kind of prosecutor. And you are a prosecutor. We both are. That's why we're standing here in this courtroom. Prosecutor's highest responsibility is to the truth. See that it comes to light, no matter what. We expose crimes and we see that their perpetrators are punished, no matter who they may be. So if you truly mean to continue on as a prosecutor, you know what you have to do. I made you a promise. I said if you could summon the courage to find your feet again, I'd help you. This isn't something you should have to do alone. I'm here. I'm right beside you. Thanks, Edgeworth. You're right. Those finger marks tie my dad to this crime. We just need to show everybody how.
Take that!
The smell you pointed out to me, Eustace. It's the smell of engine oil, isn't it? Motorcycle oil, even. Yup, and we both smelled it before in the same place. Yes, in Chairman Winner's garage. What's more, these finger marks feature some distinctive patterns, don't they? The outlines of the letters D, E, A, T, and H. The same letters that appear on the fingers of these gloves.
Objection!
Gloves that can be bought in any store. How does that prove anything, dear boy?
Objection!
How indeed. That's not the only thing that connects your gloves to the piece of newspaper we found. Let's look again at the scrap of paper the bell was wrapped in. And compare it to the gloves we found in Chairman Winner's garage. There's a feature that undeniably connects the two. I mean, it's probably all the dirt, right?
Take that!
No? They look pretty dirty on the paper. Oh, it's probably the burn marks or whatever. Because the gloves look pretty beat up. It's probably something like that. Something here that matches those gloves, and only those gloves. Has to be. Yeah, I thought it was like all the dirt and stuff. But I guess that's not decisive enough for them. Is it like the A being half torn off, maybe?
Take that!
Yeah. Look at the letter A on the finger. Half of it is missing, exactly as it is in the print of the newspaper. He's about to lose another one. I would also like to draw the court's attention to the dirt the gloves are covered in. Are you... You mean the thing I just pointed out? That dirt? The one I was told was wrong? I love when the game does this. Every time. I think it might be worth having its composition compared to that of the dirt on the newspaper. The match would make for an even stronger evidence that the print was made by Chairman Winner's gloves. So you're telling me the dirt is even better than the missing A, and yet it wasn't right. Okay.
Officer, have the dirt on these two pieces of evidence compared right away.
Curse you, Edgeworth. And you, Eustace. What do you think you are? You're nothing but mere prosecutors.
That happens like pretty much every game, at least once. There's like something where I'll pick it and be like, oh, this has to be it. Game's like, no, it's not. It's this other thing. Oh, but it's also the thing that you just clicked on too. It happened in every game of the original trilogy at least one time as well. Pretty sure it happened a few times in Professor Layton. And I think it happened at least once in the Blast Investigations game. Sorry, Dad. I think it's your time you admitted defeat. You suppressed vital evidence, and we just proved that in a court of law. And you did it to try and protect the defendant.
What? Do you think you're going to be able to make that stick? You think they will send me to prison? Me? You think you'll be the one to finally take me down? You're a fool. A child. A fool.
Objection!
Just give it up, Dad. Admit what you did.
Objection!
You think you'll stand a chance without me around? It won't last 5 minutes.
Kid's an adult. He'll figure it out. You know what? I think I might be okay. All I ever wanted was to become a prosecutor, to make you proud. But after your men kidnapped me, and I was lying there in the dark all on my own, well, I got to thinking how powerless I was in all of this because of you. I almost gave up. I almost lost sight of the truth. But then... Edgeworth appeared out of nowhere and showed me a way forward. I don't need your approval anymore, and I don't need you. After all, I found the evidence on my own, didn't I?
My men kidnapped you. What are you talking about?
Objection!
Oh, don't play dumb. At least biggest between OG Trilogy and the investigation game. It doesn't get any better, does it? I'm assuming. Like, there's always going to be some puzzles that really should have multiple answers and they just don't. I've said this before in, like, when I was playing through the trilogy, but I wish some of the puzzles had answers. Like, in those situations specifically, there's no reason why I shouldn't be able to pick either of them. It would just be a slight dialogue change, but otherwise the exact same result. I don't think it would make the game any drastically easier. If anything, it would make it more approachable, because you're saying that you're correct either way. Even when you first say that the player is wrong, you say that they're right anyway, so who cares, right? Whatever, it's fine. It's just one of those things you get used to playing through this series, I guess. Aside from 1- or 2-3, the circus case, I don't really have any actual qualms with this, but that one's always been a bit of a pet peeve of mine. I guess the courtroom is as good a place as any to tell you the truth, Dad.
Be careful what you say to me, boy. You may live to regret it. You're a fool, Eustace, and you always will be.
I know you've hated me for as long as I can remember, but I want you to know that despite it all, I've always looked up to you as my dad. Thanks for everything, Excelsius. And goodbye.
When did you? You need me, dang it. Eustace!
Alright, I kinda like Eustace now. He's kinda alright.
The court hereby accepts that vital evidence in this case was suppressed by Chairman Winner. That crime will be tried, and an appropriate punishment decided at a future date. But for now, we must turn to the matter of the knife and the chisel, which still have not been found. However, I believe a full search of the garbage facility may well remedy that.
What? You're going to dig through all of that trash for the knife, darling, but then... Don't worry, Warden Lagarde. I'm sure your punishment won't be too unpleasant. Oh, you devil punished? Moi? Impossible! Excelsius, you blithering buffoon! What did you do? What did you do? All your swaggering bluster about how they'd never declare me guilty, and now this! You were the one I went to after they arrested me, because you made me believe I could trust you. And not only did you kidnap a child to try and help me, it didn't even work! Idiot! You feckless, useless idiot of a man! An unsightly outburst to say the least, but an informative one too. Wouldn't you agree, Eustace? Yeah, she really let some juicy info slip there, right? She did, right? Yes, she did. Really need to work on your confidence.
Very well. Then it seems we may be able to bring these proceedings to an end at last.
Knuckle back!
Oh, now what? What? Who's there? Ugh. You're not gonna ruin this, are you? You have no reason to.
Sorry, Judge Gavel. Your happy ending will have to wait. Rangxi says, the end of the trial is not necessarily the end of the matter.
Who are you?
Oh yeah, they never met.
Just a lowly lone wolf investigator by the name of Si Long Lang.
And you have some sort of objection to these proceedings, I take it?
Ha! Not really. Your suspect over there is guilty for sure. Guiltier than you know.
Lang? Like the Lang from 12 years ago?
Yup. Good to see that you're finally about to pay for your crimes. Even if it did take a while for you to get what was coming to you.
Agent Lang, explain yourself.
Are you familiar with the SS5 incident? I certainly am. It happened 12 years back.
Wait, 12 years?
Look, a lot happened, okay? This was all 12 years ago or more. My father and the president being friends, our family being the ones who kept him safe. He just changed one day. It was like he became a different person. Now he doesn't trust the police one bit.
I wonder what happened 12 years ago. Could this all be connected to Agent Lang's father and his relationship with the president somehow?
Fifi Lagarde and Excelsius winner. In the flesh. I've waited long time for this day. After all, you're the ones who threw my family name into the dirt.
Are we to assume that you have some personal connection to the incident in question?
I do, but I'm not here to talk about the past. Not yet, anyhow. Right now, I'm here for you, Gavel.
Me?
You and one other person.
Sean.
You're both under arrest.
What?
On suspicion of having conspired to murder Di Jun Wang, president of Shangfa.
Objection!
Where is your evidence, Agent Lang?
Knuckle back!
All in good time, Mr. Prosecutor. We haven't even started our investigation yet. I want my suspects on the scene with me while I look everything over again.
Have you uncovered, Agent Lang? I need to know.
If you've got a problem, you're more than welcome to tag along.
Oh, believe me, I will. And I thought we, settled our differences in the last game. Guess not. The end of trial is not necessarily the end of the matter. We certainly haven't come anywhere close to solving the mystery of the president's murder, or uncovering the truth behind these so-called monster sightings.
Oh, don't worry. I'm counting on you at least trying to track me down. That'll be half the fun. Not that I rate your chances of bringing me to justice particularly high.
Or figuring out who that was on the phone. Yes, I'd say the matter is far from over yet. Oh, the Secret 6 case begins! Well, it's more like 5.5, but... I mean, this kind of happened in the previous game. Although this one almost feels more like a distinct split between the two cases. The beginning? What do you mean the beginning? We're not even halfway through this thing. Oh my gosh. What the hell? Alright, well, unfortunately, we will be stopping here. I wasn't expecting to do this in one stream because the final case of these games is always super long anyways. So expect another stream of this, for sure. I know it's a terrible cliffhanger to end it on. I hate it too. But I don't know how much longer I can be reading this shit. It's because it's already 1 a.m. I would say this is effectively a chapter 6. Yeah, okay. If it's like basically a secret chapter 6, then holy shit, yeah. We're just getting started. All the more reason to take a pause on this one. So tune in next week for the. I'm not even gonna promise the exciting conclusion because God knows how long this thing is. Actually, who knows how much we have left? But the continuation, nonetheless. Maybe we'll get to see who the kidnapper is. We'll figure out why Cow Godzilla was stomping through Japanaglis and stomping over presidents of foreign countries. I don't know what that's about. We'll figure that out regardless. But for now, that'll be it for today. I will be back tomorrow. We will get started on some Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Really excited to be playing that. We got Minecraft on Friday. And we'll also be starting a brand new game on Monday as well. We got Superland 6 Inches Under that I'll be beginning my playthrough of next Monday, now that we're done Zelda. So, lots of new stuff to come very soon. But in the meantime, thank you all for watching. I hope everyone enjoyed. And I will see you next time.